Good morning, and welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. I am your host, Down to Crypto TA. We got a little bit of a sell off happening right now. Looks like we're bearish across all time frames. 15 minute, you can see we got a thunderbolt here, and that's what the cloud rises up, indicates that momentum is hella bearish, and then price starts to tumble. We're trying to pick up some momentum in here right now. Let's see if we can't find some follow through here. I really like to wait and give this right here a little bit of time to start to drag itself down. I can flip to a lower time frame. We can see what we're looking like. I know that we're underneath our 200 EMA at the moment. Also, I'm going to just drop to a 7 here. So we're starting to see this drop in here. So we could be getting a little bit closer, neutral here on the 7 minute time frame. So this could be our starting point in here. We'll turn this off for a sec. Let's just take a look at the EMAs. Right. So yep, continuing that tumble. So I mean, sometimes price can run back up there to that cloud. I've just kind of conditioned myself at this point. Let's just let it move, let it move, and let it show me that hey, some money's coming in, some volatility is coming in, something. So I'm not knife catching, right? So bears are in control of this 15-minute time frame. And as always, we can always just say, hey, I don't want to deal with this until, let's just say, 5 flips, or no, 10 flips, 26 or 20, if that's what you use. I don't want to mess with it until that flips, because that'll give me some indication of a flip change in momentum also. Okay. You can just do it like that. Is it late? Yeah. But is it safer? Yeah. It's safer than catching knives. Okay. Safer than catching knives. So what I'm gonna do in this case, nothing. I'm just gonna turn that back off. I'll put this back on. Right. I can tell you this right here. We talked about this on stream on Tuesday. We talked about this equal low liquidity getting taken, and then they would run the price back up. So that's what they did. They actually double dipped on it twice in here. But I hope everybody had a safe FOMC, trading day yesterday. I hope you did. I can tell you what happened to me though. I did get a little wrecked. And you're not gonna believe what it was on too. It was silver. The silver kept not getting any follow through, and that crap just killed me. Oh, I am in a rose long now because it did start to shape up a bit, and I am River was getting a bad sell off yesterday. I did not catch that short on River. I could have. I saw it. I didn't take it, but I did enter a long. Let me just share that with you real quick. So I did enter a long on River. I didn't take it from down here either because I was asleep. I was asleep. I knew that I was watching this trend line through here, looking for some sort of market structure shift in here, because we weren't getting that. We were just getting these lower highs all the way down through here. Cloud was still poised up here. When I woke up this morning, I saw it was trailing down. I'd already had this set up looking for these highs in here to be taken. So when I woke up, it had actually tapped into it. And when it tapped into it, I went ahead and entered it. So I just got into it. You can see that that's my entry right here. So I'm barely in profits right now. Barely in profits right now. But it is back above the cloud now. It wasn't really getting to follow through at first. You can see through here, through our scale. Wasn't really getting to follow through. It's starting to get some now. We'll see how well it can do because it's going to have to fight a battle trying to get a push back up here. I'll tell you something else about this chart too. The highest time frame I was able to go to find some data was a 4-hour time frame. When I looked at that 4-hour, man, when that candle dropped here yesterday, I was like, "Oh my gosh, it's over." As you can see, I labeled that as a rug because below that meant that the 4-hour was trading below the cloud. That was the highest time frame I was able to find the cloud sitting at. That made sense for me. And when price dropped, look at that, perfect, perfect. And I saw that reaction, but I was tired. I was like, I'm not gonna touch this thing until it starts to change the market structure. And we just got that this morning, at least here on the 15-minute time frame. 7-minute time frame was what I started watching yesterday before I went to sleep. Golden pocket is right here where this yellow box is at. This is the golden pocket from the higher time frame. This is the golden pocket. You can see how we had absolutely failed through. We tried right here a little bit in the beginning, and then we fell through the golden pocket. I was like, okay, 786 is sitting right here. I really don't want price to come to the 786 because then it's trading below the cloud on the 4-hour time frame. But we're positioned right now just above this golden pocket. For anybody who's been in this thing, anybody who, because it did do a massive run up. It did a massive run up, and I know some people probably started to get wrecked on it, because of the price action, the pump, chasing the pump or whatever. So it is trying in here right now. It is trying. I cannot guarantee you that this is going to work out. All I can say is that it's trying. It's trying. That was the last long setup I managed to get off of it too. Was this one right here, and that was this move right here. That was the last setup I managed to get off. But this was the one that we took together on stream. Once, I kept saying on stream that I can't wait to be in profit so I can move my stop on it. I moved the stop on it. I adjusted for a 3-1, and then that was it for me on this one. So I walked away. The rest of it got stopped out. That's what's happening right now. If we're lucky, we can see this fair value gap right here get tapped, and then that's probably going to be a short position right there. That's all I'm looking for. If we can get that over here on that. All right, back to Biddy. All right, so 15-minute time frame. We know we're bearish. Here. Okay, so we did not manage to get above this trend line right here. I think I was looking at this. Yeah, I started looking at this. Okay, so that's from last week or something like that. All right, so yeah, bears in control here on the 1 hour also. We had this little, I don't know if I want to call this a leading or whatever it is, in here. I can't remember if we looked at, yeah, we looked at this together. We looked at this together because I remember I moved it to be at the bottom side of the cloud, of the Bollinger in here. So standard deviation 2. Low down here, and we got our pump into our resistance, which we have discussed where we have those. I think I drawed out like 3 points of support and resistance for Bitcoin time frame. We're going to go over and get into that. I think this is set up for a daily. Yeah, set up for a daily. So this is our previous day high, our previous day low. Not previous day high, but our previous, yeah, it is previous day high, previous day low. So we're holding our previous day low. That's what's important. We start to break our previous day low, then we got some issues. Okay, so we do want to see us getting back above our previous day high. All right. Let me see if I want to readjust this trend line. I don't. I'm gonna leave it like it is. So we know that that was a swing failure pattern here, and I guess we'll see ourselves trying it again. Right now, we are trading in between standard 1 and standard 2, which means once we can get a break out of here, sometimes I will take off the 20. I will turn the 20 off at times. So we do want to see price action. Well, we want price can push up into the 20, push up into the 20, drop back into the 10, and then come push for the 1 here. So it can do that. No, I said 10, but bing bong, bing bong. Anyway, let me move forward. What is she talking about? All right, so these are our levels in here. Okay. You remember I dropped to add in this liquidity right here. I just didn't feel like moving it because this could still be support. So I just said, hey, I'm just gonna add a little wick in here. But we knew that we were battling resistance in here. On Tuesday, we got that rejection. We came back down. We held. We pushed up into our next level of resistance. Oh man, wasn't that so perfect? That was so freaking perfect. I'm just perfect. No, just kidding. Just kidding. But you see the bear div across here. I don't know if we talked about the bear div or not, but we did get a bear div across, from here, bear div. And again, cloud is up here. I need to add that other indicator in here. That's what I need to do. I need to add I think I got to set for 10 too. I don't know if I have mom on. I don't know if I have mom on over here. Yeah, it's 10 candles back though. Okay, there it is. I was like, wait, hold on. I'm not seeing anything. I need to turn some stuff off over here. I don't need the noise. I always want to have my Bollinger. That. What is this? Okay, I know what that is. I'll just leave it there. Don't really need, well, you know what? I just like to have crap all over my chart, so maybe I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there. All right. We got a few gaps in here. I'm gonna turn this off for a second here. We just have a clean chart in here, but you can see how we just, we just only just came back up here and hit the resistance. So you got this level, you got this level right here. These two are the main levels right here. And then of course, where the loan was recommended, the one that I harped, and I'm pretty sure a lot of other people talked about this too, which was taking this equal liquidity down here. And that ended up happening over a weekend. So everybody who tunes into this stream, even if you tune into somebody else's, you should have caught this loan right here. You should have caught this loan right here. Because this was a loan that we talked about we wanted, which was grabbing the equal low sell side liquidity from here. And next, if we see a continuation, we know we got this momentum line down through here, and there are going to be two conditions. This one is going to be for continuation. This one is just going to be an entry point right here, because when we look at this right here, you have some good liquidity. Anywhere you see like a semi-equal, you at least want the one to your furthest right to be higher than this one right here. Because if it's lower than this one, then you don't have the equal lows. You might still have a little bit of liquidity down here that didn't get tapped, but this makes it a lot juicier right here. So we got these semi-equal lows right here. Market makers can come down here and want to take this. And if they do that, that's going to be what we want to fire off a long at. We want to get long from here. We want to see that reaction, at least, the start of a wick. You don't have to, be too late with your entry, but we do want to at least see the start of some sort of reaction. And then confirmation, continuation is going to be reclaiming back above this trend line. This is the one we want for the entry. This is the one to say, hey, I'm possibly locked in because I'm reclaiming back above this momentum line right here. So that's something we can look for here if we do see a continuation to the downside right now. Look, we could potentially put in an inverse head and shoulder right here. Right now, we could potentially be, preparing for that. Like, it looks like it's trying to hold right here. It looks like we're trying to hold right here. So if that is the case, we could potentially be putting in an inverse head and shoulder. I think we had the 200 rolling underneath this price action. So let me just double check that. Let's see right here. No, we don't. We actually pushed into it with this swing up right here. But I like this. I like this. So we could be preparing to put in an inverse head and shoulder. And boy, we can come in here and fill in any one of these gaps in here. And then all we'll be saying next is, our head and shoulders. But we'll have a measured target on this. I'm not saying that, we're going to come back up here and take my short position, which I don't care because I'm long and short on Bitcoin right now. I'm long and short. But let me do this. Hold on, let me see something so I can see if I'm gonna turn that off. Yeah, I'm gonna turn that one off. I don't really need to see pressure on here right now. Turn that off so we can just see red and green candles. So if we do get the inverse, let's just go ahead and mark out our measured move. right here. Oh, come back, come back. Ugh, hold on. Turn this magnet off. I love the fact that Trading View magnetize indicators. I'm just gonna set it over here like that. And we'll definitely get into this fair value gap right here. It looks like we will actually do a full fill of this gap right here. It looks like we could get a full fill of this gap, and then we'll meet this top over here as resistance, like the four. I mean, well, yeah, this pointer area, this area right here as resistance. That's what it's looking like. So we'll see if we can't get that. I like it. Me likes it a lot. It hasn't been confirmed yet, so no need to jump the gun, but we do need to hold. Like if we push in any further, we do need to hold here. We want to hold here. We want to hold this moving average right here. Or we want to hold, how else can I put this for you? Really, I can't. You can compare this candle right here on your chart. So on your chart, just drop your line off of wherever you find this wick at right here. Just draw your line and say, hey, I know we need to hold on this candle right here. Just do this. Take one of those, turn my magnet back on, and just do that. Do that on your chart. Trading View is free. All right. In fact, let me do a little call out right here. I'm gonna put hold. So that's my little call out. Hold. All right. And I'm looking for a potential inverse head and shoulder. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna go ahead and pretend. Where is it at? Right here. I'm gonna go ahead and pretend a little bit with it. Draw it off of this top. Lift, 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 right, lift. And I'm just gonna set it like so, like this, where I'm saying hold. I'm not gonna push that all the way up above that point. I'll leave it like that. And can I move you? So now you can't. That's the only thing I don't like about this little thing. It's like, all right, that's our hopium. This is our hopium. We will run into some problems, no doubt about it. But this is our hopium. And I feel like I'm gonna add one more line in here, and that's just gonna be for the full fill of this gap right here. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's push forward. See what we got. Now, I'm not dismissing anything in here. This is basically gonna be what's the word I'm looking for? It's gonna be similar to what I just said off of that 4-hour time frame, if I look at it like this. All right, so we know that with this line right here, we were not able to get back above. We can see right here, failure. We got over it just a little bit right there, but for the most part, it was a fail. Take our eyes off of that one, and we look at the line chart itself. The line bias is that we're holding. You can see right here, perfect tap, perfect tap. So the two that create the line, and then the one move we saw that is that this line had some merit. It gave credibility to this line for holding this. So what I just said on that 4-hour time frame was, hey, price comes back, We wanna hold. We don't wanna take out this head potential head right here. Just come back, and we need to see us holding, okay? That's it. We need to see us holding, and then that can give us our inverse, and we get that push up that we're looking for. Just remember, we did not I mean, there's no, nothing that states we have to actually touch a fib. We didn't touch that 50 that 382, we didn't touch that 382, though. There's nothing that states we have to, but I'm kinda salty that we didn't. I'm a little salty that we didn't. So, it would be nice. It would be nice if we actually did. But that would just take us back to if I'm looking at how I was looking at the 4 hour, possibly just, back into this. But anyway, yeah. So I know we failed this triangle formation. I know we failed this. We weren't able to reclaim it, but there is some credibility to this line right here, which is coming from our line bias right here. That's labeled line bias. And if we keep holding, we're good. That's 86 right there from this low right here. And I can drag this down. It might even just be golden pocket. Was it golden pocket when I dragged it down? Yeah, golden pocket when I dragged it down. So let's go with that. Let's just go with that. Golden pocket. We're all happy. All right. I think that this went south. I think from right here, if I were to turn on QTD, if I have QTD over here, I do. I have QTD over here. Let's see. Oh, I don't have everything turned on it, so and I have to come back and do that. To come back and do that, but I do believe that we got a rise up in the cloud there for bearish confirmation for a move to the downside. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Here, I think that we're still above the 120, and the 120 is where we caught support at right here. 120 was also where we caught support at the last time. Let me ensure. Let me ensure. Yeah, so we're still above 120. So you can see right here, that candle that dropped into our 120, and the last time we dropped into our 120 also. We bounced up. Not trying to see all of that happen, but if it does, it still would look corrective. It would still come across as corrective, even if the inverse head and shoulder doesn't give, and we drop down and we take this sell side liquidity, it would still appear corrective. And we're still coiling, even though we got a break outside of our range, which is this. Even though we got a break outside of it, all we did was we swapped the liquidity from our mother bar, which is this one. So when you draw out your range, that is your range high. This is your range low. It's not here. This isn't your range low right here. These are your inside bars. This is the one where price needs to break. Flip, run, and not just leave a wick. All right. Uh, and here, yeah, I mean, I was saying this the last time too, that over here, right? Um, like Like, I know we're rejecting off of that 10 and that 5, but even over here, it did ever so slightly close above it, you know. It looks nasty. It's the 29th. It's the 29th. Um, so this month is coming to an end, and we're gonna end it with this doji. It's a gravestone, I think. I think this might be a gravestone. Sometimes it's just easier to just know it's a doji. I think it's a gravestone. The dragonfly has a longer wick at the bottom, but yeah, it's just indecision. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's just indecision. It could be worse. It could be worse. It could be one of these candles like this. But even when we got this one, guess what we did? We still pushed up. So it's really hard to say when it comes to a monthly sometimes. You just have to zoom out and look at the lower time frames to kind of figure out what's happening within there. But no market structure shift on the monthly time frame. So we're still putting in higher lows. Still have higher lows. We still have our higher highs intact. Higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low, higher low. So structure hasn't changed here on this time frame, and it doesn't change if we grab liquidity down here either. It'd just be a sweep. It changes when we close underneath this level. Then it changes. It has to close, just like it closed from underneath it right here. And then after that, yeah, yeah, not so bad. Let me turn that off though. All right. And she falling. Yep. Until I see this start to roll down, every move up is likely going to be a failure until I can see some momentum start to come in here. All right, that's Bitcoin. Let's move forward. Let's take a look at Ethereum because it did the same thing. It got a thunderbolt in here. We got a rising cloud indicating bearish, bearish, bearish. We weren't executing that just yet, so no follow through is coming through because what it requires is, price action has to fall out, number one, and it actually flips below the white line in here, and then the white line falls out too. So the scale line falls out, but we got that over here as well. Not looking, not looking too good. I need to turn some stuff on over here. This is starting to move though. See 15. Let's take a look at 7. Eh, we can see who's in control. Let's see what we're at in terms of our support levels in here. We're okay over here, not too shabby over here. 1 hour. Um, let's see. We could be looking at the same thing in here, but we want to hold. We want to hold right about in here. Because if this held us up as support the couple of times before, if price comes back, we want to see it do the same thing. So right now, that's going to be 28 to 86.35 here for Ethereum. Can it wick it? Yes. In fact, we want to see a wick. We want to see it tap into it, manage to hold it. Show some sort of reaction here for this level right here, and we could see an inverse come over here again. Bearish divergence right here. Bear div, bear div. Or we just do the obvious, which is wait for market structure change. But right now, bear div. So if we can hold here, great. We can hold here. I like it. Let me turn that off. Let me just kind of see what that would look like. Actually, let me just Uh, I know I can get over here and I'm starting, trying to find where is the freaking. This looks a little funny. We just want to hold that. Turn the magnet on. Not a guarantee. It's opium. That does what? The exact same thing we were looking at for Bitcoin. Now we do have this fair value gap right here was actually it was tapped, so we could again be looking for a full fill of this gap right here. Could be looking for a full fill of that gap right there. I'm not gonna draw an extra line over here because I have these other points in here. So we'll just use that for reference. So possibility doesn't mean that this is going to happen. I'm just looking at the probability that we could get something like this. Again, that's 2886. If we get a reaction, then it's a chance that we're going to hold this and we have an inverse head and shoulders on hand. All right. I'm going to turn my noise back on and move forward. This one isn't so bad. This chart isn't so bad. Let me go over here. So we did come back up here and back test here, and we did not manage to survive it. But let me do a line bias in here. It's also, let me turn my magnet on. Let's kind of see what we got. So I can't use this here. No, I can't use this here. I don't see anything that says that this line is relevant. Nothing suggests that that is relevant. Let's try something else here. Let's see what we did here before. That's too low. I'm not gonna get anything out of that. Uh, sure not. I'm not gonna get anything out of that. Yeah. So, I mean, we just didn't manage to hold that. Let me stretch this out. Okay. So I guess if anything, we'll use this. Um, it's the same as looking at that 4 hour time frame, which was we were catching support here, caught it right here, caught it right here, caught it right here. So we're just looking at this to hold right here. So that's value area low if that's what you prefer. That's what that is, value area low. Otherwise, what we've been ranging in between these 3 points right here. So here and here, we don't hold, and we just start to look back down here. We don't get inverse head and shoulder. We get this, okay. And this, for anybody who don't remember, is 2771 to 2649. This is as much as we've been doing. We start to lose this, and we've broken out of our range, and we can expect lower. Then we also have over here. Let's see. We have over here. Yeah. I would expect lower, at least back down here towards the point of control. I think that those numbers matched up. Yeah, those numbers match up 2649. 2633, yeah, that matches up what I was just saying. So yeah, there you have that on Ethereum. So nothing new under the sun here, just a couple of doji candles in here on the monthly time frame. That's about it right now. We know that if turn that off. Actually, hold on, let me see. Anything. We barely, we barely scrape below this moving average right here. So we know that once we take that out, hey, if we take that out, hey, I'm gonna start buying some Ethereum. Look at it like that. For the long term, that's what I'm doing. If we drop below here, because every time in the past when we dropped below it, that was the time to buy it to get our move up, man. I don't think Ethereum is dead by any means. I don't see anything that would validate a continuation that we would actually lose this through here. Nothing I can see suggests that. This is the one wick that actually dropped lower than, how I have this drawn out. So, yeah, if we come below 23.93, hey, I'm buying Ethereum. Below 23.93 is where I'm gonna buy Ethereum. I'm not gonna sit here and play around. I'm not gonna be trying to catch knives on Ethereum. I'm gonna buy Ethereum at 23 below 23.93. We fall below that, I'm buying. That's how I see it. I don't really need to turn that off. I'll leave that on. And what was I looking at over here? Oh, okay, yeah, 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 yeah. Same thing from over here. Same thing, same energy, same energy. I can also see that Ethereum's market structure is going to be a little bit different. There isn't going to be a break of market structure for Ethereum unless Ethereum is closing below here. On the monthly, unlike Bitcoin, Ethereum doesn't have that. Ethereum just got one straight move up right here, and it has this. Now back here, it created this, and it got this push to the upside. There's one, two dojis, and then it got that run up right there. And it actually managed to break some structure in here because it closed below here. You don't have that in here. So Ethereum would need to do that, would need to do something like this. Otherwise, ETH has to lose this zone. It has to lose that 1,000. I mean, it's never done it before. Doesn't mean that it can't do it now, but it's never done it before. I don't know what the catalyst is gonna be that causes that to happen, but there is no structure break for Ethereum until it gets below here, because it was just a straight moonshot to the upside. Same thing goes for over here. It had structure to break over here. It had this structure right here to break. So it had this structure right here to break. There, it had this structure right here to break. Here, it doesn't have a structure to break until here now. Interesting. That's interesting. And if I follow my rule, let me see on a line chart what that looks like right there. If I follow my rule, this was noise. This push up right here was noise. And Ethereum looked more like this. And that was the structure right there. I don't even know what to make of that. This was all one solid move to the upside, even though, it's a pivot though. It's still a pivot, but this move right here was noise, and therefore it was an easy short to take because you can see that bulls didn't have control of this. You look at this big candle right here, and it looks awesome. The bulls did not have control in here. Let me change these. Um, I hate to put red on everything. Put hot sauce on everything. So it's easier to know when we come back to this, what we're looking at, what we're talking about. All right. Let me see what else that might have been a thing. At least not on this Coinbase chart. I don't see where. I was trying to see like this little double doji thing that Ethereum seems to like to do. I don't know if I can say this right here exactly. Pull this back in. I hate that. I hate it. Absolutely hate it. But you can see. Oh, that is so awful. Oh, that's awful. And then I'm looking at the one that's right here. That's awful. And then we got this one right here. I tried to draw that with my little mouse. So maybe it doesn't seem to phase it. It might be what it does before it bounces, right? All right, moving on. Take a look at the Soul Train. Okay, same energy. The little rise up right here without the follow through just yet, but price action did come down, back testing, bloom, bloom, bloom. So we're still waiting around in here, trying to shift momentum through here. It wasn't possible. It's still not bad though. As long as it hangs out closer in here, then we'll continue to see a bunch of chop, 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 which can just be slowing down or consolidation or something like that. Underneath the cloud, I really don't care for. I want to see it start to roll over. Um, and at least meet price action. Once again, out on the 7 minute, what do we got? I like this. It's sliding down. It's still showing that it's continuing down though right now. Um, it doesn't hurt to wait for market structure to change. So if we were waiting for it, I would be looking to get long somewhere in here. Just say we come back into this point where we have that at. Although I like to follow my standard. It is at least to get a 3-to-1. Don't always happen, but at least I know I'm gonna take some profit in here, and then if it rolls over, it rolls over. It doesn't always play out. But if I was waiting on some sort of a shift in structure in here, then that's probably something that I would be waiting on. If it shows up earlier than that, maybe above this point right here. It shows up earlier than that above here. And make sure that we're above the resistance that's down here. So yeah, we'll be above that resistance also. Gonna be a problem right here. Let's see. We'll look back over here at it. 15 minutes back on. Take a look at the EMAs. Side down. See EMAs in here. So yeah. I don't want to look at it from the 7 minute because I can see the noise in here, and I really don't like the noise. interfering with my decision making. So right in here, I would say, like I said before, if you prefer to see that change in momentum in here, you can always look for a 10, and you can even say 20. I don't use 20 though. That's 26 for me. But you could look for something like that, um, for a flip above that. It'll be late, or you can just say the 5 if that makes it better for you, because 5 will move a lot faster than that. That 10 will. You can look for a cross above those two. Um, which looks like it would be, like I just mapped it out, price action getting above here. This can be brought in, because we're not going to really care about that right away. But we can see all of the points in here that we probably have some trouble with, especially starting with, um, get rid of you, somewhere around in here, some resistance. And that was where the 200 was also sitting at. So by the time that happens, you've already locked in. It's like you lock in out right in here for 1 to 1, and then the rest, looking to gain that. You really see it move forward on the time frame too. Might be why I'm not seeing it. Um, Turn that back on. Control, still above this region in here. If anything, maybe price comes back in here and it holds about that 121. Let me see. I did not change this, so let me adjust that. My bad. Previous day high is here. I'm gonna leave this because that's that monthly level I wanted to watch for. I will add the previous day low in here. I mean, we would have to see us holding, like, I guess we don't want to come lower than here. Maybe if we're gonna say inverse, that might be it. I'm just gonna draw it out that way. And then I go to the other time frame and fix this. Um, but I'm looking at that line right there. Okay, this is for my 4 hour. If this is possible in here, start it. Again, this is just a wild guess and hopium. This is all hopium. Yeah, probably some resistance through here. I'm not going to draw a line on this one. Like that. See if we can achieve it. I do think that this chart looks a little bit better. Let me see. Yeah. Mm. Last thing I want is for us to come back down here towards this level right here, but you can see how we have these semi-equal lows. I don't know why I'm feeling like this chart looks better than others, but yeah, right through here we've caught quite a bit of support through here as well. So let me see. Let me look back at our war levels a little bit in here. Weekly levels. Which means we're more likely to bounce off of that 108 than we are to run straight through it and come for this low right now. But we have reacted in here before. I mean, we're at our level where we've gotten the most support from this. I mean, we've gotten the most support from that 119. I keep harping about 120. I don't want to be below 120. I don't want to be embarrassed below 120, but we've bounced the most from here out of any other level in history. It has been now 120, 119. So maybe we get an SFP. We just take liquidity from here. If we don't get that inverse, we just take liquidity from 116. And then this could be a long shot right here. I think that's also like the point of control as well. So if we're taking liquidity and we want to be slightly underneath it like that. And since we don't typically run below this, and this is going to have to be for either extremely low leverage or accumulation. Like you're in the zone to accumulate anyway, in my opinion. In my humble opinion. I know we're always wanting to reach for all-time highs, but in this case, I'm gonna do something like this. I would do something like that, and let me make sure that that's giving me good vibes. Draw this backwards. I kind of did. I'm gonna be as realistic as I can with you. And that's me being realistic. And the rest is up to the market. Well, it's all up to the market. So maybe that happens. Maybe an SFP. Maybe it's just a grab of liquidity down here if we fail on an attempt for at least an inverse head and shoulders. And like I said, not I don't know why I don't have these locked. That's 116.88. For we're under the value area low, so no, that's not point of control. It's just my bid level. It's just my good level. Turn those off right now, though. I'm still trying to get back above that value area low, but we're on our greatest support level as far as how I determine where those ranges are. Worked for years so far. It's worked for years. All right. Turn back on the noise. Let's take a look back over here and see what we got happening. All right. So over here on this play right here, we came up into this resistance level right here. This was a previous daily. I think this was daily. This daily. We came up to some prior resistance right here, though. You can see it. Some prior resistance right there on that move up from that little entry point from this golden pocket. Hey, as long as price comes back and we're not falling back down through here, I'm okay. I would preferably, I would prefer it wasn't doing any of the stuff it's doing now, but on a move down, at least hold $50, 53.73. That's going to be top side of the cloud right here. And I show you this right here too. So the reason why, like I said, when I move to the 4 hour, this puts us underneath that 4 hour cloud. Don't want to see that. And, again, I labeled that as rug for anybody who's into this river thing. I fell in love with it. I fell in love with it. So that's this point right here. You can see how that candle came down, pop, bounce. Hopefully that was our low. Hopefully that was our low. If we're coming in and we're putting in another low, maybe it's just coming back here to about 57.81. Maybe that's it, or maybe it manages to bounce out, and then we can look at some sort of continuation of whatever this is right here. So, like I said, into this gap, into this fair value gap is, what I'll be in. This is playing around with a 15-minute time frame too much. You can tell that when you look right here. Let me turn that off. These have been our trades. But you can tell all that playing around here on the lower time frame. That was us with this situation. Because when we initially looked at it, I think we said, hey, that's probably 5 waves up, and we were looking at the potential on a short, which I got scared in here on the short, and I wasn't looking at it from blow-fin time chart. I was looking at it from a big get chart, which looks completely different. But we were entertaining, hey, that was probably 5 waves up to the upside, and this is short right here. I ended up taking the short, but I didn't hold it. I didn't hold it. So when you look at it, that's me taking the short. I did not hold it. Then I started doing long crap, long. And you say all I've done is try attempt longs from then. That's bad. That's bad. Because I could have just held that freaking short. But yeah, we're going to look here at the 57.80.81. But I also think that there's a chance it could get into the fair value gap. That could be another short opportunity. And then, some sort of a continuation down in here. And all I did through here was just highlight these pivot points through here. I left this little candle right here out. And you know what? I should highlight this candle though. Left it out. I should highlight it. It's too close to the other one. I think that's why I didn't care. But that's exactly what we got our bounce from. We lose this. I mean, you got the 786 right here. It just doesn't look interesting from this point. It looks bad. It looks bad from that point. It looks like it would just continue. And then from there, everything will be comes up shorted. Like if you bought, because I was talking to somebody the other day, their boss, they got in at 5. They said 5. I can't see it from Blowfin chart, but it's, there were other charts that were doing this first before Blowfin sure of it, but they got in at a really good price. My advice was, hey, when you break one of your lows, take some profit out because trying to catch the top isn't always possible. It can be done, but it's not always possible. So that's river. Just know the rug got pulled from up under your feet if you are still in it and it's below this point right here. It's bad enough as it is. A little bounce off of that entry right there. Hooray. Hold the line. So if you weren't here, I mean, when I talked about it, it had moved up just slightly above it, but it just tapped that entry again. And then let's take a look at the EMAs in here because I like the way the EMA ribbons are looking right now. Like I said, that 200 is like right in here off of this 15-minute time frame. So 200 is sitting right here. It's going to act as some sort of resistance for a minute, but if we do start to flip these, we can be looking for this fair value gap to get hit. You know, I'm going to look to squeeze some profits out of here. Want to lock something in right here. But this part right here looks decent through here. So we know that we're wanting to hold this golden pocket. We don't want to slip this golden pocket again. If we could avoid doing that, that'd be great. And I think on the 7, turn that on. The 7, I think we might have flipped. Got one more little ribbon right here to cross up. But you can also see how that entry lines up with being above that 200 here on the 7-minute time frame as well. It wasn't planned out that way. That was just where I saw market structure changing that before I went to sleep last night. But it ended up changing down here instead. Market structure changed down here. But I missed this part. I missed it because I was asleep and I didn't see anything. Like none of this had happened. Well, this candle right here had happened, but none of this had happened afterwards. I was tired. Okay, so we're above the 200 as long as we're maintaining where that entry point is at. We are above 200 as long as we're maintaining where that entry is at here on the 7-minute time frame. You get up here, definitely lock in some profit because that's what the 200 is on the 15-minute time frame. We're going to be looking to flip that, of course. We can't guarantee that we will. We can't even guarantee that we're going to hold in here, but that's what we're looking for. And that's how trading works. So definitely be prepared if you just entered on this to lock in some profits right here. And then you can move your stop. You can move your stop because the idea is that we should not be trading. Let's just say we shouldn't be trading below here, below this pivot right here at this point. Can price come down here and still continue up? It can do that. That's the part about moving your stop, but at least you're securing your profits. So you can move your stop up. You'll still walk away with profits if you move it up into here. Half of it. All right. Um, I can just leave the EMAs on this one right here. Um, I think Rose was basically about the same thing in terms of the ribbons in here. Did get a little bit of a short signal in here. Actually, would have been off of this candle right here. But what did I just do? Let's do something. Let's put the EMAs on over here. Okay. And that was how I looked at Rose too. I was like, I think we can hold this. We held it here. We held it here. I'm gonna give her a shot. I'm gonna give her a shot because it doesn't always work out. You can see over here, I took this long over here on Rose, and it didn't go too far. I managed to get into this TP right here, which I should have shorted it then, and this is why I should have shorted it because what I was looking at in here was this. Let me switch her to a bearish fair value gap. That's what I looked at. When I looked at it, because I tried shorting over here. You can see that didn't work out for me. Did I manage to get some profits out of this? Absolutely. So it's on here. It's on here. I got 28 out of it the first time, and that was this first drop right here. First drop right here. I got 28 percent out of it. Then it came back up against me. I re-entered a second time right here, and that was this one. And I only got about 16 out of that one before it came back. Now this one I set my stop loss to entry. This one I set the stop loss to where it is now. I left the stop loss as is. So I took out about 65% of the profits right here. And I was hoping that it wasn't going to come back. It did. I tried it one more time, and then after that, it stopped me out, and I went to sleep. I was like, okay, forget it. It's not going to come down. But I was trying to short it in here because I could tell how bearish it was right in here. We had just did this move right here. This was one of the trades that we took. This was the trade that we took on Tuesday. This was the long trade that we took. 3-1 was hit. I posted on X. I said, hey, 3-1 hit. I'm not going to let the rest of it run. But I tell you what I did. I moved my, no. I went to sleep. I fell asleep. I woke up and I had PTSD. I woke up and I shut everything down. Any position that I had open, I shut it all down. I just went to closing stuff out. I didn't look at anything. I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on. Literally woke up with PTSD and I started shutting everything down. Just close, 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 close. And it kept going. And that was shortly after that was shortly after. I don't know how long I was sleeping. I don't know. But I said, I'm leaving the runner. And I dozed off and woke up and went, no, kill it all, kill it all. And, we got this. But I think I was seeing like some bear divs come in through here. And I went to trying to short it, and I had two unsuccessful long-term shorts, but I got some scalps out of it. And, then finally, it did what I was looking for it to do, which is how it can be sometimes. Finally, it does what you're looking for it to do. But from that point, I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a long. Didn't work. And then I saw this short come into play. I said to the king, I said, hey, the cloud is rising over here on Oasis. I should take that short. And then I said, I don't feel like it. I said, the cloud is rising. And that was right in here where I saw the cloud coming up. I was like, I should short. And then boom. So trying to hold a cloud in here. We need to hold that. We were just looking at the EMAs. I know. And I'm going to put it back on EMAs. I think I got this open on another chart anyway. I'll put it back on EMA so we can see when we do start to flip. We're trying to over here. We were successful. here. Yeah, we're successful over here with the exception of we got these two right here have to come up above our two. I think I turned 400 off. It was too much. I have a need for 4. It was cutting through price action, so I cut it off. But we're starting to flip. So this is good. Holding above our 200. We just need to see that happen here on our 15-minute. So that's it. Holding the cloud right now. Looking for that continuation up here on Rose if we can get it. Bulls are in control in this time frame right now. Where could we be? Probably won't be this. So did I have any more gaps that I did not have any more gaps as far as I can tell. Just need to hold in there, I guess. Let's take a step back here. Oh, you man did that day. Let's not do that right now. Please don't. We're below 200 again. Nothing is showing that it's a full flip, but waiting on that full flip, that's a problem. Like, no need in trying to wait around on that. Um, Let me make sure that's right. I'm a little anal, a little bit. On my line be too far. I just don't want the big line running across my chart. I have to refresh blow in because this thing will be late on me. I don't like the fact that we're below what I was looking at that we were below. If we can hold here and get back above, if you're on blowfin chart, it's gonna be 50, about 51.40. Let's just say 45, just to be safe. We need to be back above. I think it's this candle right here. Yes, what's up? We need to be back. We need to be back above this. Yeah, let's just say we need to be back above the top side of this golden pocket. That's what we need to be. If we're not doing that, we're going to end up flipping through here, and it's not going to be a nice flip. Yeah, it's going to be a bad flip. All right, let me move forward and take a look at something else in here and make sure we didn't have anything to play over here on Bitcoin just yet. Maybe some bear divs, right now. But I mean, a little small bounce in here for Bitcoin right now. We're creating like a double bottom in here off the 15-minute for Bitcoin. And I'm gonna go look at some of those other charts in here. We are creating some sort of a double bottom in here right now for Bitcoin. Will it lead to a bear div? It looks like it will. It looks like it will. Trying to get above one. I'm gonna just put that one on. Just put it on. So maybe something like that. I need to turn it back in here. Not bad. Trying to move back this chart. I just note that that could be a bear div. I looked at that dang on Pippin yesterday. I considered taking a short on Pippin yesterday, and it's down 34% now because Pippin was up like over 100 and something percent. And I looked at it yesterday, I was like, oh Lord. But when I typed it in on Blowfin, they didn't have it. Pippin, they didn't have it, so I couldn't trade it. All right, this is breaking over here. I'm gonna go through and look at some of these other charts in here though. Let's take a look at useless. I looked at this one yesterday too. A little useless. I want to get off of the 7 minute before this. A little higher low in here on useless. Um, I think this thing was really up major yesterday too. I couldn't really find, like it did a head and shoulders, but I couldn't really find, yeah, it did have bearish divergence in here. It's neutral right now. Um, I haven't mapped out any structure on this one. I will look back at it though if it starts to trade above the 200. Right now, I'm not gonna touch too much stuff that's below 2. Unless I'm looking for a short. This Pippin was head and shoulder. Saw that yesterday. I didn't see bear divs up here. I just saw that head and shoulder. Maybe I was looking at something wrong. Hella bearish. It was up like 100 something percent though yesterday. It's like crazy short. That would be a crazy short, but I didn't take it. Um, you were to start shorting the bottom on this right here, you can see how it's not being successful. Coming above the 5, like, that will have to be like your invalidation. Something like this 5 right here. Maybe even that candle top right there. You probably won't have too much further to go on it. Let's just map some stuff out here on this one. It's relevant. This little section right here is so relevant. As much of that as possible. Yeah, I like this right here. Let me zone this out instead. I don't want to give it too much space. Definitely want to catch that. How old this is? It's rather old. We got a little zone in here that it likes. We'll see if it comes back into here and if it cares for it at all. And maybe we start to see some reaction in here on it. Might be able to finish out a short into here. Let's see on the 7. Hold on, let me mark this candle out. I'm gonna mark out the high of that candle. 7, so I can see what that's looking like. Check this. So let's see that. Looks like it's just riding in between the standard 1 and 2 in here also. So it hasn't had any follow through here in a minute. Yeah. Ever since it fell back through here, it's not really any follow through. Got one little back test. No follow through. An attempt right here. Pippin. Come back to Pippin, but it's not bad, especially if it can get in here and do what it did multiple times before. When it does start to push, it pushes pretty well. This time frame right here, terrible. Let's stick to this one though. Otherwise, I'll look to short it if it comes back up. I'm not gonna draw a fib off of this. I don't think it's gonna make a lot of sense because we're already underneath whatever would have been in here. I'll draw this one. Yeah, we're already underneath it. Obviously, I'll put it right here. We're already underneath it. Yeah, I don't have a really good strong place for the fib. Let's try this right here. 786. You think? 786. Let's stick to that for now. Just me being extra. So golden pocket 786 right here, be below the dynamic cloud on the daily time frame, above 4 here. But more than likely, this would be like some sort of resistance point. So possible resistance. If price pushes back up into here, could look for a short. gonna be resistance. I'll turn it blue, I guess. Something like that. RSI pretty steep, pretty bearish. This garbage. Pendle. Moving on. So we're looking at that. Going back in. This is this is causing me a lot of stress. This is causing me a lot of stress. Santos step right here. On this one, it took all liquidity, all bears, completely in control. Then we talked about this. Yeah, see, initially I did talk about this. Initially, what did I say initially? I said possible bounce somewhere. Uh, we did take that one trade on that possible bounce that it got. But my thing was 4 hour was bearish. 4 hour, and that stuff is still sitting in here. 4 hour was bearish. And I was saying bear div in here, price action is likely going to do what? It's going to come back into and take and eat up all of that push to the upside. Like there's no capital, big money, whatever larger money was in here, they're pulling out. This is retail. Retail cannot sustain pumps. Retail can't do it. Retail cannot sustain market movement. So that bear div, that's gonna get eaten back in because that's where any real money started going out, started leaving. Now head and shoulders. I don't even know if this is gonna be relevant now, but this is why I initially said, hey, this is probably gonna be where price action would come back to. You got some pretty decent support down in here. If anything, it would be right in here. This was my thoughts. We got that one little pump right there. That came from here, reclaim back up, and a bounce. And I think that was the maybe. I think that was the maybe level. I don't need this anymore. So head and shoulders now. I'm gonna take a look at that. Let's just see what this measures out to be. And so the glorious trade. Hold on. The glorious trade to take was that short. Was to just stick to that short instead of looking to long it because bear div is gonna play out. That might have just been a golden pocket retracement. And bam, bam. Where we going? Where we going? To the original thought, which is down in here. This is lower time frame noise. I guess if it plays out, then that'll be the case. Anything changes, we'll see it. I didn't put something on here right. Figure out what it is. I need to do it like that. That's the low. I think, what was this? Was this a golden pocket retracement? Which is how it works. Most of the time, that's how it works. Got a bear div, price prices you forward, RSI high. You got a bear div. You come down, you get one push up, kind of push up. Tends to come into golden pocket 786. If this is actually going to be where you roll over at, that's going to be a rejection, and boom, there it is. Lower high, head and shoulder. Where? To the area where it might have some actual support. Might have actual support through here. We'll see how we do with this, and if this is going to be something worth taking. Slide this in like this. Drift it over here. We're going to come into this momentum line here soon on Santos. We'll see if we're going to get this follow through on this potential. Let's see if we'll hold up right here. If we're going to actually break through, come down here into the zone, look for a reaction down here. I draw a fib on this. I'm going to draw it from the low to the high there. Draw it from here to this high. Bam! Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Golden pocket. Let's see how we do with that. I can't use volume on this. I don't know. Sometimes these things don't let you use volume. So, okay, it's letting us use volume. All right. So what we got? We got VWAP right here at our momentum line. We got VWAP right in here. So if we break the trend line right here, maybe we can catch a hold on VWAP right here, push back up for a back test, and then continuation down into this right here. We won't know that for sure if this is going to play out, but that could be a probability that it drops into here, comes over this line, reclaiming me. Hey, you know what? It's got a little bit of strength in here to come up, possibly reject in there, and then get a continuation down into here. I'm going to move VWAP for just a second. Let me just see on our second touch point what VWAP is looking like. Okay, so VWAP is exactly right around in here where we broke. That was the last bounce up. That was better than my trend line, actually. You never know. So I could theoretically leave it like this, but because this is exactly where VWAP is sitting at. I just like to have it on one of the points in here. I won't set it on this one though. That's exactly the same. All right, so we can look for something down through here. Again, maybe, just maybe, some pretty aggressive candles right here though. Just maybe. Let's see this. What's doing? Every time I think about, I don't know, river stuck in my head. It's giving me trauma right now. Crimea River comes into my mind. The song Crimea River. Ah, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. This thing is killing me. Win some, you lose some. Anyway. That candle on river just plummeted. Looking at it on my exchange. Hey, it hurt. All right. Let's set an alert. Hopefully it doesn't sound before it crosses, and hopefully it sounds. Well, it's close to it anyway. We'll look back at that. This garbage right here, I'm not successful with this thing. Let's see, I tried what did I get in here? I guess I didn't do too bad, but this is overtrading really. If I was on a larger time frame, then I could have spared myself. I thought I took another trade in here somewhere, and um, I probably did. And for some reason, it's not showing up. I could have sworn I did. I think I took a loser in here. I think I took a loser. I think I might have traded. It probably wasn't a loss, but it just didn't. Oh, let me see if I can't find that. Where's power? Because it should be on here. No, it's not showing up. So I guess I didn't. Might have just been looking for it and didn't get it. Let me see. What's up with this? Yeah, I didn't get what I was looking for apparently. I mapped it out though. Maybe we have a fair value gap in here. This thing got gaps in it. Liquidity sucks on this thing. Let's go back out here to a higher time frame. Something like that. Let's get rid of all of this. Oh, I'm gonna get rid of this gap too. Let's just get rid of it. Is that my line or somebody else's line? Okay. Start dropping some lines in here. I hate to make them red because then I have red everywhere in the sideline. Make it a lighter red. Make these a lighter green. Uh, on the top side here, whether or not it bounces like it did over there. It is putting in a momentum candle right here. This might hold. It's a neutral time frame. Let's see how neutral it is. I don't know. Not a fan of this time frame. MACD is still sitting close to the zero line, which is decent. Um, oh my gosh, River. Freaking garbage. The River trade just got stopped out. No more River trades. No more River trades. All right. Oh, I'm in a short on Binance. I didn't even mention that. I'm short in BNB right now. Uh, I didn't like the 1 hour. I think the 4 hour I didn't like it either, so I took a short on it yesterday. It's really I took the short like in the middle of price action. It wasn't a top thing. I just going through trying to find something to trade, and I ended up, seeing the potential to just short it, and it's rolling over a little bit. I need for it to make up this river loss I'm taking right now. I'm only up about 13% on BNB. So you can see I didn't I entered in the middle of the range somewhere. I need to go ahead and take that little profit and cover this sinking ship of river. Um, if this can hold, but below here on this 4 hour, which is below the momentum line through here, that's taking out this wick right here, connection point here and here. If you into power, if you're into power, that's something to look for right there. That there's a likelihood that it doesn't manage to hold here if it drops down. It's possible. Could be really pretty bearish if that happens. Just trying to get its stuff together. So yeah, it's negative right now. Some red candles coming through. Pretty negative. Might have been let's see what kind of rejection we got. Yeah, I mean sometimes they start converging like this. I mean, and when it happens, it's considered to be a squeeze. And most of the time, we're looking for it to break up. But yeah, it's a squeeze when price action gets trapped in between a higher and a lower, and then you get a break on one side or the other. In this case, I mean, I mean, it's already below here. It really wasn't anything, just really MACD rolling over, momentum going out. So possible uh, neckline break is here if it's a double top. Maybe if it takes this out, I mean, you could attempt to enter on the short right now, but no, if it came back up, it wouldn't be doing that. It'd be putting in like a flag. So don't let me do that. I want to see a clean break with some volume below here for continuation down. Measured move for the neckline break would be that. That's the measured move for a double top. If it's a double top, then that's where it would be. If this is this, hold on, what did I grab? Did I not grab this? If this is the case, then that's the measured move. This is about 142.80. Let me just draw a fib on this just to see if there's any confluence. Price action being there. 786 is there. Golden pocket sits here at where I got rug at. And the momentum line right here. I don't want to put too many more drawings in here. I'll hide that. Let me just see. Um, And that way I don't have a whole bunch of stuff in here. So around this golden pocket, there is these prior highs right here that could act as support with price action coming back into this pivot point right here. Also, the bottom side of the cloud for this 4-hour time frame sits here as well. You can see if it doesn't get some sort of support right here. If that doesn't happen, like I said, then let me just do a check. I'm gonna do a check mark on it for potentially doing that. And if not, then we'll be looking down here. Look for this liquidity right here to be taken from there. For river power. Sorry. See, I'm traumatized by river right now. I keep calling everything river trauma. Okay. Let's keep it going. BBB. What we got? Head and shoulder. Hey. This was one of the longs that was set up in here in the chart, but you can see how it just continued up higher. Always do a starter trade from a 15-minute perspective. Head and shoulder. I put this in here because an extension. Extension from where though? Where did I draw this extension from? Okay, that didn't happen. So that's not, it's pointless. I mean, if this is actually a head and shoulders, it's already, let's see, I'm gonna do it like that. And just see where it measures up to. On the V's, I apparently was looking at something down through here, I guess. Turn that off. Okay. I think I know what I did in here on this. Possible that that was a mean right there. I'm just gonna put this on here just so I can remember what I'm looking at in case I forget. $200 and May down here also. I don't see 120 in here anywhere. No, I don't have it for this. I have it over here. It's probably tapping 120 though. Feeling a little bit lightheaded right now. That's done. We'll move this since it actually was the last point. All right, so that's already done. There's nothing else in between here. So either it comes in here and it holds here, or there is some sort of a chance around this point right here. Let's see what's over here. Yeah, there might be a chance that it holds right in here at 265. This is already held in here one time before. We'll see. Otherwise, it comes back up and reclaims above this trend line right here, which if I VWAP this, I can't VWAP. Try it from here first. Low VWAP if I do it like that. So I know it's low VWAP if I move it up into any of these. It's probably just better to leave it like so, like that. So yeah, unless it reclaims back above this line right here and validate, gain invalidation of this head and shoulder, kill that idea of price action moving down to there. I have to do that. Right now it is sideways, which means I can draw some volume on it to kind of see what that looks like. For now, the checkpoints on this stupid river. Checkpoints on this is going to be back into here. And then maybe, just maybe, down here. These two are pretty close together. Couldn't really tell that there was another line to here that would be useful. Let's just go with this one. See what that does. Make sure that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's the last one. So let me just drag VWAP all the way down here. That's it. Let's see what we got down here. Great. I like it better like this. It's dead if it's down through here. And it's dead. But now we could look at this area right here. If not that, then here. I really don't like anything down below here. Down below this point, I don't care. I did have some prior support down here though. So let's not dismiss it. It'll react at some point. Not interested otherwise. Reclaim, maybe, but interested in trying to get along here. And I'll make another attempt here, and then maybe something like that, possibly. River just shit the bed. Yeah, that. Ugh, I have to push on a 15-minute. Yeah, that's done. That's done. It's coming into rug zone. Cannot say I care about the 786 at all. I didn't even make it to lock in any profits. Not from there, not from the point of that entry. So market structure gone. Structure it tried to have. That's gone. Keep the rest of it in here. And then I'll come back in here and add my P&L loss on this one so we can see that. I already know what that looks like. This might be temporary. It might be temporary though. I'll know in a few minutes if it's temporary or if it is legit. All right, where are we at? This, I've had zero luck on this. Dusk, I had put some lines through here, potential support areas for it. And you can see Dusk has whipped my behind. Um, I got lucky on the long there. You can see the bad loss right there on it. This one didn't fulfill all the way through. I don't know why my P&L isn't in here on this one. I don't know, but yeah, it's been one of those that just hasn't done really well for me. I haven't done really well at trading Dusk. Just put it like that. Every time I think there is some sort of potential, even to just come back here to the bottom side of the cloud, just not coming through. So yeah, it's been a challenge with this one. I think that this was this is a 4 hour. Yeah, so that was this row right here for daily, whatever. It looked like it had some decency to it because you got this as, support, this as prior resistance. It looks decent, but to tell you the truth, I don't know. I haven't been successful with it, so I'm kind of scared to try it again at this point. And this thick freaking cloud through here it can push through here, push up in here, but I, I don't know. I don't know. It looks like it's trying to do something right here. I'm just scared. That's usually like the time to take the trade when we're scared. Freaking, I ain't got nothing else to do. River is a disaster. Try dust one more dang on time. One more time. Keep it light on the position. Let's see how much of a pullback I can get out of this candle. Let me zoom out. Let me see. Let's say it's trying to hold here. Let's see what I look like on. Supposed to be some sort of potential for high and low. This equal liquidity in here just looks like they can't wait to come back and take it. But it looks like. All right, I'm gonna leave it. Hitting the lows in here. Looks like through here, got the break, failed break. Now I'm stuck doing it like this. I'm gonna try it. They might come back to this liquidity down here though. Um, Carefully neutral. It's in the middle of the range, just above zero line. It's a long time since it got above that zero line. MACD is what I'm talking about. It's a long time since MACD got above here. I'm gonna give it a shot. Crap entry. I gotta change it from that to USDT. My bad. All right, I'm gonna give it a shot. It's at resistance, um, or it breaks out from here. Who knows? So I know this chart is running behind. It has to be. By this chart, I'm referring to Wilson. I did a 10x on this. I kept my portion size small so I can rest. I don't have to be stressed, about the trade at all. So small position size, leverage, 10x, liquidation down around 12, which I mean, it's dusk. It can get to it. We'll see how this goes. So yeah, we'll just, for the sake of this stream, just say I got in right here on trend line. I'm gonna move the stop. It's gonna be a terrible stop. Hold on, let me see what this is at. I can drop this here. Let's just say I want to at least get into here. Let's say I want to at least get into here. Let me see how much room it allows me on my stop on a 3. I have a lot of space. I really want to cover. I'm not gonna get this perfect. I can see that already, and I don't want to. Yeah, that's as good as I'm gonna get with it. So we'll just say that that was my entry. My stop is here. I'll put this line in here for. It must have been the bottom side of the cloud somewhere. No, not there. Not there. Not there. It wasn't 15. What was this? Oh, no, 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 no. That was the momentum line. I'm sorry. I'm like, what the heck was that? That was the momentum line that we got in here off of the 4-hour time frame. So if it's going to push, that's the momentum line that popped out here on the 4-hour time frame. And if it goes, it'll disappear after about 10 candles. So I won't be able to remember that it is what it is. It already looks terrible. But like I said, and kept it positive, kept it small, and we just have to see how that goes. All right, dusk. See what else we got in here. I know this is garbage. I don't even know why I'm looking at it. I'm not even gonna entertain it. Uni. Bears are in control on Uni. What's going on with Bitcoin while I'm talking? Still trying to hold a little bit. Still putting in what looks like could be coming into bearish divergence there. Let me check Ethereum real quick. Same situation as Bitcoin, and then Solana continues to look like it wants to go at some point in here, and Cloud is trying to drop on Solana. I do like that. I don't see that happening on Bitcoin or Ethereum, which means meme coins could be getting ready to do something. If Solana's looking like it's about to move, it's because meme coins are probably getting ready to pop. All right. So Uni, 15 minute. Got no structure through here really. I don't think that that'd be something I would entertain. Let's look at 1 hour. Bottom side of the cloud. Okay, hold that. That might be okay. If it holds that, then maybe it comes back up to about 473. Does something like that. Hope would be that it comes above this level right here, but even that, nah. Um, see if we're on a golden pocket or something. Golden pocket is right here. It's avoiding taking out this low, the doji candle right here. So we got a doji there. Then we got this here. Okay. It could be a failed swing just because I can see where it will indicate momentum. Like it'll be late and it could be a failed swing. So let's take a look at 4 hours been trying. It was showing that that was a top. Sometimes price action, when price action isn't in it, this line that stop out at the top won't give you anything else, or it'll pierce it and break back below it, indicating bearish. But it, like over here, it broke out and then it sent it back down. Price falls, pop out, send it back down. So yeah, look at little old Dusky. Might be able to lock some profits in on Dusk and then know that it ain't gonna get too far because it has been a crap show with Dusk. All right, Dusky, move up a little bit more. So that could be the case. This is look like it's about to try. It might get as much as Dusk is trying to do. The hope would be that it gets above here since they didn't take that low. It's not bad. Market might open. They'll come back and take that low, guys. Market might open and they'll come back and take that low. And if they take that low, maybe they sweep that liquidity down there as well. Or maybe it's just a golden pocket bounce, something like that. Could we be looking at the same situation? It's a little too sloppy. A little too sloppy for me to want to go inverse head and shoulders on that. I don't like that. And that might be, I mean, this little candle is trying. That's all it takes is this little candle right here to put something in. I'm not going to try uni, but I mean, that's what we could see. 1 hour um, right here. EMAs. Let's take a look at that. Let's see what momentum is looking like with that. Oh boy. Where my EMAs at? I got too much stuff over here. Well, let me see what this is bearish on the daily, of course. It's in between. It's been ranging in between here. So on daily, if it can get above here, it might manage to push into 5130. That'd be breaking this neckline right here. So it needs to get above this point right here in order to have some attempt to getting into this midsection. Otherwise, rejection from right around in here and look for it to come back down towards this $4 range. Like I said, they could come back and take that liquidity right there. Come back in here and hit this low right here. Possible. And this is just a daily Bollinger Band. So I can turn off. Turn off those two. It's just a daily Bollinger. You can see you managed to short throughout here. Maybe it doesn't do any more than that. Come back in here. Yeah, definitely look for some resistance around 509. Like, if it can make it. All right, we'll see how we do. Just coming up into around about here or something. Lucky it'll break out and then push up a little bit more. Dusk is giving us a little bit of chatter, guys. Dusk is giving us a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. It's just trying to give us a little bit of something. We're about to hit a TP. About to hit a TP. Let's see. Let me put a dollar sign on this. Just say you ain't getting that TP. Not today, ma. Not right now. That's a 1-1 right there. It looks like it is. It might be a little bit. Yeah, I think that's a 1-1 right there. Come on, Disc. Let me lock something in. I'm gonna lock in 65 on this. I've had to lock in 65 from that point on this thing every time because otherwise, I remember yesterday I kept trying to. Oh, that's why I don't have that P&L card. I think I tried to lock the profits in and the candle did a quick wick on it. Like it reacted so quickly that it didn't lock it locked in like a partial on me. And it when I say partial, it may have like locked in 2 shares or something like that. And then it just died on me. And I was like, "What the heck?" Because I'm never using and I'm trying to change that. So over here, I'm trying to put in like my possible trades and just put blow fin stuff over here. Um, because I'm always using I'm always using Binance chart. I really like to use Binance chart because Binance has a lot more liquidity. So it's a number one exchange. So I'm always using Binance. It does ain't playing with us. Dang. Anyway. Every time. Every time you think you're doing good with Dusk, it don't care. It does not care. Whoa, it was at Uni. Moving on. Thingy Dusk. Who is this? Monero. Hmm. Bears in control on 15. Bears in control on. No, we neutral on the 1 hour. Okay. This was the Friday setup. It's still holding up. Was this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday? Is this Sunday setup? Oh, I here on Sunday. Where is this from? Is this something we set up on the chart on Friday? Yeah. No, it was something we set up on the chart on Friday. And then when we came on stream on Monday, it was here. And I said, I don't trust the Friday setups. It's holding. I don't know how long this is gonna hold though. It's so sideways, it's so bear flaggy. We did that same bear flaggy thing on hype, but hype is different situation. Hype got some liquidity pumped in it from some stuff about its exchange or whatever. Uh, I don't want spread this over, just leave it as is. Let's see what we're running into. Resistance from these lows in here. Cool. I should make a note of that. Or I got these barriers. Get above it. That'll be nice. We totally failed to this. Let's just go ahead and delete that. Delete this one. Just stretch it out. Flag, 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 flag. Mhm. I'm gonna try to get all of these, but at least the next incoming two. And I think this one right here was a possible reclaim. I think that was a possible, was this a reclaim? It's a chop. It don't look like this is gonna hold. I can't capture the one before. All I can do is this one. It will be a lie if I try to put it under here. So, I mean, it's failing. It's failing. Even if I put this back, even if I put it back, yeah, it's failing. Let me try line bias. I'm just trying to see what I hope is. Okay. That's about it. Mm. You know what? Forget this line right here. I'll just go with that one. No. Mm. Maybe the line bias will hold. If it breaks the line, y'all drop this in. If it breaks the line bias, then I mean it just rolls over, and then we start to look at this possible liquidity SFP potentially right there. Not that, then just go ahead and be selective with these different lows down through here. This looks like some potential equal low liquidity right there. And then there's this one. And some of these you can't. Yeah, can't do volume on this. No volume. It doesn't allow volume. All right. Don't look like it's gonna make it. That wick right there alone says leave it alone. Just that wick right there. That wick right there states invalidate me, and then you got something, but otherwise I'm gonna continue down. That's what that tells me, and don't try to read it any other way. It's either I'm right, and when I say I'm right, I'm talking about the wick is saying that. The wick is saying I'm right, or you invalidate me. I just whooped your behind. That's it. No reason to think otherwise. So, like I said, I don't trust this. It's just been flag, drop, flag, drop, flag, drop. I mean, not necessarily, but yeah. Uh, anyways, Ian, already. Let's take that. Let's delete all of this. Whatever was happening in here, let's delete it. All of this is old, 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 measured move, met, old. All we can do in here is breakdown or SFP. Or potentially break up. This might be another one we can't use volume on. No, we can. Okay. So it lost this level right here. If I was using VWAPs, we can reclaim above this low. That'd be great. And then there's the section that is through here. Let me just see if there's anything that lines up in here with the support and resistance levels. Nothing. Nothing. I don't like this with this price action. It just didn't make sense to me. This was the struggle area for it repeatedly, was this. Support, support, resistance, resistance, resistance. It was right in here. Yep, it was this area right here. Right? You don't need anything else to tell you that it wasn't. This is a huge zone for it. Price action says so. Current price action. When it wasn't that, looks like we got something where it's trying to hold up at right now, but I don't really like that. It's a huge area. But it is an important area for price action. Horizon is an important area. Extend. We'll get rid of this. Let's try that one more time so I can see. Yeah, there, and maybe whatever this is down through here. So I do this. Take this low point right here. Let's come into. Can I just have that little bottom right there, please? That's all I want. Okay. I'm gonna leave these lines in here for potential recipes, but it seems pretty clear where it actually reacts at. It's in a reaction area right now. Can it still take this liquidity? Sure. I wouldn't be opposed on that. Lock these in. I think Monero just gave me a TP. I'm taking it before it's, I mean, dusk before, and see, it did that close limit crap. I just canceled it. Every time I try to snag the right area to take profit on it, it always reacts at that level and doesn't give it. So if you caught that number on that, I'm gonna come back up here to Zen. I just don't want us to miss any chances of getting paid off of these little small moves in here. Okay, so no, it didn't hit it. Okay, I thought we came up here, we tapped it. Okay, so we didn't hit it. It's not coming back. It don't look like it wants to come back. I hope it does. I'm gonna see if I can't. Let me find that level on my chart real quick. I'm sorry. Let me find that level so I can be sure to set that TP on it. On Blowfin, it's 1438.8. Is that right? No, it's not the 14th. Yes, it is. Oh, it just hit it. The words of my mouth, meditation of my heart, be inseparable in thy sight. Ah, we tapped it, and you see, it does it so freaking quick. Like you're not getting filled. You're not getting filled because it's doing it so fast. I gotta refresh the page now because I don't know, maybe it's just me on Blowfin. Once you do a take profit, you have to refresh your screen. Otherwise, it don't want to come back and recognize your existence. You have to. Uh, that's gonna be 40% up, at least 40% up. If we can just get this fill on that, be 40% in profit. It's better than got it. I got it. Finally, I got it. Oh, this thing. Was a headache. This thing. He can do whatever it want to do now. I don't care. I'm hoping it goes up. That's what I'm hoping for. Got it. I needed that. So now maybe we'd be blessed enough to get into here. At least that's 100%. That'll be 100% on that trade. River will forever haunt me. All right. What were we doing? We were doing Zen. I think we done talking about that. Zen. Excuse me. Actually, I don't want to have to keep drawing that line, so I'm just gonna put it on this one. Or one time on this thing. Momentum trying to come through. I think we were trying to come through over. No, we weren't trying to come through over here. Not on 4 hour. We're not trying to come through on 1 hour. We're not trying to come through. So 15 minutes only time frame that's showing that some momentum is trying to come through down in here off of this little zone in here where we've seen price action get a little pump from a couple of times before. Possible SFP right in here. Potential. If that happens, it is within the support zone. And yeah, I mean, wouldn't be mad at it. What was the EMAs looking like on this? Okay. How many times has it crossed this blue one? tried it right here. Tell you which one hasn't crossed it. The white line hasn't crossed it. So, oh, it did right here on a failed swing. Let me push out to 1 hour. It's too much noise over there. No cross is taking place over here. So we get a 1 hour cross. It's going to be a change of behavior. It'll be different than before with a 1 hour cross. And it looks like that'll also indicate us being able to get above here on this chart. So it's take a chance. It's either take a chance now off of this doji, which you could have taken a chance off of this doji. May not have been stopped out depending on where the stop was placed at. You know, sincerely, that could just been a headache. Anytime price comes back down like that, it's a headache. But it's a double tap off of the zone. I mean, so that's the challenge. It's far from the 200, so you already know it's probably, unless it consolidates for a while, it's going to be a short. I mean, short might be a better idea, but not from here because this is support and we don't want to short support. Breakout could be an instant rejection. Stop would have to be a little bit too far. I think, let's say, even if we were doing it from here, not necessarily. Let's see if it came up into here. It can break it and look for a 3. Won't close above it, likely, but could still get a 3 out of it. It's possible. Small position size, small leverage, low leverage, maybe like a 10x, something like that. But keep the position size small, something you don't have to stress over. So if it gets hit, then you're not stressed out over it. Which is why I don't like River right now because I up my position size on it, which is kind of stupid. We all want to up our position size. We all want to be right. We all want to make more money, especially when you've been winning off of something, and that's just the mindset I had with that. So I upped my position size. I kept my leverage the same. I just upped my position size, which, instead of just taking my small wins like I was and not stressing over it, if it does go against me, just take those small wins. You got enough trades where you taking small wins, you winning. Like that was my success, just taking small wins. And then the minute I stepped outside of that, it caused me stress. And it's also causing me to not care about my trade the way I should. It's causing me to be reckless right now. And you notice I haven't posted that P&L on that thing just yet. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm doing. It's emotions, boy, emotions. Dusk is doing good for us guys. I'm proud of that one. I mean that 4 hour, we can't play around with it for too long. It's a little bit more in here now. Let's see if we up, we up, we up, we up. Yeah, we up about 53% now. All right, let's keep it moving. I don't know if this, I mean, I don't like the fact that you be trading into these ribbons like that. Is that support? I mean, I'm not in this. I'm not gonna take this one right now. Um, just the rain so far today. Let's see, 846. It's been a low. Okay, So let's say, and then the high has been about 890. Today's range. Let's find out what that daily was at. So this is around about. I should change this. So I know if we're coming back up this level, we might have some better success. And then this is that pivot. But I want um, the previous day. Yeah, so it has to get above these lows in here, which is that previous day low. So that'll be the resistance if it happens. You know, it'll be an instant rejection right there. So it's not a good breakout trade. It's not gonna be a good breakout trade unless it goes sideways a while longer. Skipped right over Dash. I've been trying to get this thing. Let me tell you. I set this condition in here. It might do exactly what River did because you see it's far off from this low down here. When I was looking at it, it was something about the market structure that I was looking at. The reason why I set it like that, I wanted to get above, like I said, exactly on these lows in here too. I'm not in this. I was just looking at it around this golden pocket and around this level right here, like coming back up this level right here and around that golden pocket. Aside from that, I got a fair value gap in here. And then I have the 786 zone down through here. And this is this VRVP. Okay, value area low. So I got a value area low right here, got 786 right here, and I put an order in here. And I was looking at it from, I was over here on this daily time frame, kind of trying to figure things out. And you can see how we reclaimed back up that golden pocket and that low. So for me on a daily right now, it is acting as an SFP on the daily time frame. Not so much off of that lower time frame, but on the daily, it is acting as an SFP right now, which is why that trade is set up like that. I mean, within today, you can do anything it wants to do. Low for the day was what, 55.31? But if it's losing that, then I'm going to start looking down here. I mean, it can break down below here. One of the things about a strong uptrend sometimes is, and I'm gonna have to switch my indicator unless I just turned it off in here. I'm gonna have to switch this because I'm missing what I need to look at. Actually, I just take this 10 and just show you. So I'm gonna change the 10 to 400. See that? This is a great pocket to pick up from. So it's your 2 and your 4 together. There's usually a good pocket in a strong uptrend. That price sometimes will just come back to that. Well, well, strong bounce. I'm sorry. Price just come back into that. Let's see if we got another example in here. I think I went over this one time in here with this, but in this case, it's usually on top. I don't think it had too many times where it was below it. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Not below it. Um, this one isn't gonna. This one isn't gonna be good for what I'm trying to explain. This one's gonna make me look crazy. But 200 is sitting right here as well. So maybe it does something in here. Can't guarantee that it's gonna hold at 200. Like I said, a lot of times it'll come through and hit that four though. It hit that four, which is why I use it for EMA as well. But you see the fair value gap in here off of this daily time frame. That's what I highlighted. But so see that I said you got this what they call a value area low right in here. I don't know about all that, but that is what that is. Um, I don't know. Sometimes I don't like this. I don't like I don't like BRBP sometimes. Because support and resistance is always going to be better. Like I don't know. We all just want a line on the chart. I mean, to be honest with you, retail is just needs a blanket. Retail needs a blanket, whether it's a Fibonacci retracement, oh, gold dust, whether it's a Fibonacci retracement, support and resistance, EMA. We need a number. We need a line. The value gap. We just need a line. That's our blanket. Without that, so all of this stuff is actually the same. It's all the same. But we find it hard to feel comfortable without seeing a line, a number. That's why people who, I guess, more like fundamentalist traders, they don't need lines, they don't need technical analysis. Their numbers basically just how much something is moved or their belief in something like that. They don't. Well, we need this. We need these lines, and that's why they work sometimes because we're all looking at the same lines. We're at resistance. Let me put this back on my 10. We'll see. That'll work out. But those are the two areas that I'm looking at in here for it. This golden pocket to actually maintain, to be able to get this push up above this 200 in here, flip this and, start to get some run on it. But I'm not in it. Not in the mood to try it right now either. Otherwise, I mean, I could look at the fair value gap. Really wasn't too much in between in this fair value gap. Really. 786. That's it. That's it. I think everybody's had enough of Zek. Go Dusty, Dusty, Dusty. We up about 60% on Dusty now. Oasis Rose. It looks like it's putting in a corrective formation if it holds. If it holds, it is just kind of like below on the 15-minute. Just price action just dropped below the bottom side of that cloud. So hopefully it'll come back up. Uh, it looks like it's flagging. We'll see if that's the case. It did put in that inverse head and shoulder earlier. So it looks like it's trying to flag now. Bitcoin. We talked about the bear flag. I'm sorry, not bear flag, but bearish divergence on Bitcoin. So of course, see if that's correction, and then see what we got in terms of getting close to that. Stuff in here. Mhm. I'm coming right back to what I was talking about. I'm sorry, I just need to do something here on. I think I had to do that same thing. Let's see, just double check. I didn't. All right. Monero and Zcash-based restrictions as India cracks down on privacy cryptos. Zcash we already pretty much. Oh, what are we doing? We've been saying the same thing right over here. You can see how that didn't work out. Um, let me see VWAP. Maybe we got a VWAP back. So let's see my VWAP. Oh, let's see my VWAP. I know I don't see VWAP. This isn't the chart that I use. So weekly levels in here, but it's not the chart I use. Okay. But we had got another bounce off of VWAP right there. I don't know how many times VWAP is going to hold up. So far, it's just consolidating. I don't know. I'll be under the assumption that Zcash could potentially go higher. Still putting in lower highs, so we really don't have anything unless we're coming back up above this 200 EMA in here. So we really have to get above here. Just from a 4 hour standpoint, I'm gonna take a look at time frames below here. Right now, at the level right there, for 420 daily structure is fully flipped right here. The only thing that will hold it up would be right in here and then possibly the 400 down through here. So I know that this is a VWAP support level in here with this weekly level. Um, get some momentum come through here after the daily time frame. Oof, oof, oof. Sorry, I just looked at River again. I'm traumatized. Damn it. Okay. Um, I could do this 200 in here. 400 is probably sitting in here at this 198 if I change one of these. Yeah. So these are two homeland. It's gonna be right there. You can see that. So that's what we'll be looking at. If we fail VWAP, which is coming up to here, then this will be our area to look at right here. And then beyond that, then it starts to look right here. Um, right now, that is a clear rejection off of that EMA right there. It's a clear rejection off of it. So again, like I said, we would need to be able to get above here. If that happens right now, then it may not be as successful with that one sitting right there. It could dodge around in here a little bit if it comes into this level. That's 282, 304, 282, and then you saw what the other one was right in here, but that's 198 down on the low side. Top side's like 230. Let's see, cash. I'm getting ready to short crap out of river. Just get a little bit of a pullback. It can get back to about 46.33 on blow fin, then I'm gonna take a short. All right. Let's see weekly. Okay, weekly it hasn't even tapped into the 26 in here just yet. It can fall through all of this though. This gap, these gaps in between this basic volatility. And that would be the last one. If this stays where it is, that's how I usually would do it. Like if I come back in, if I fall back below this point right here, I get a retracement. It's usually into this. I'm looking for this to be a rejection. It can be iffy on these higher time frames, how well it does. I didn't even make the golden pocket on that. Just rejection back in here. So from here, I would look for it to fall right here, actually. That's how I play Bollingers, if that works. Is it does something like it did right here, I do look for it to push back up into Bollinger there. I then look for it to come back down and hold, but you can see that we did fall through this one right here, which is cool, which means I would then look for it to fall into this one, come back in here and back test that one. And then, the last thing you want to see is it for it to do that. Look for it to just kind of chop through here or something and manage to hold that and then do whatever it's going to do from there. Otherwise, this would be disastrous. You're not going to come back to that too often. That one at the bottom, you're not going to come back into that one too often. There it did, but most of the time it's not used to touching it. Ugh, forget about it. I'm losing this support. It's gonna be the last hope for anybody who's bullish on Zec. Yep, need to get back above that 404 to be back above the 20 SMA on the weekly time frame as well. Back above 200, and then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance of this being some sort of a flag. I'm not gonna even try to draw it low. I don't like to invent lines. You have to give it to me. God. Let me take a look at bubbles real quick. That's just nuked. It just nuked. Stop loss to break even. Okay, that took me out of that dust trade. So I'm done with that. I moved my stop loss to break even. I just seen how that thing plays out a lot of times. It didn't violate the moving averages, but it could do exactly what River did and just, fall through all of that. Like it doesn't always hold up. The River's down 15.6% today. I think we also lost that. No time to play around with this anymore. Yeah. Also lost below. I mean, we hit the rug. We fell below rug. We hit 786, but we fell below rug. Stable, virtual. Everything's kind of red right now. AVAX. I don't see anything red enough for me to attempt a long or anything green enough for me to want a short. Not there. Let's move out a little bit. Sent. And somebody sent it. I should have shorted the crap out of Pippin yesterday. I kid you not, that Pippin was up over 100 something percent. I was like, me, I've never looked at Pippin before, but I couldn't. I couldn't. It's not on Blowfin. It's not on Blowfin. I sure went for it. I went to look at it. It wasn't on Blowfin. I know it wasn't on Blowfin. Let me just double check. Pippin. Oh no, Pippin was over here. The heck am I talking about? Pippin wasn't over here. Maybe I got scared of Pippin. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't short Pippin, but that was the goal. I don't think I saw Fair's Divergence initially when I looked at it. See, Trigger, whatever that is, Cent, whatever that is. Are these meme coins? ADI. I see it. What's Cent. Oh, yeah. Cent. Yeah, it's Cent. Went straight up. That looks fishy. Sentiment. Okay. That looks fishy. Let me see. Cent. See if I can find it on Blowfan though. I don't see Cent on Blowfan. Into the block, whatever that is, and MexCQ, Coinbit, Coinbase, Binance, OKX, Kraken. It's on Coinbase too. Huh. Interesting. I don't see it. Elsewhere. We'll take a look at it with you anyway. Maybe you can trade it or something. Sent. Went straight into the air. Look at these candles. Looks like a head and shoulder. Bear dived its behind off. Can it come back up? It can. MACD hasn't fallen below zero line. It's not even close enough to the zero line right now. Doesn't mean that it can't continue down. It just, it indicates that it's more of a correction than a fail right now. But definitely, I mean, corrective. See, this is looking corrective at best, even though it's showing short, 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 short. You can see. All right, it's 9 o'clock. It's about to be 9:30. I'm about to get out of here too. At this point, if this came back up, and took out this liquidity up here. See how I did like a little slight double top right here? A little slight double tap right there with this equals up here. If it did swing back up, you'd be looking for an SFP. In terms of a terms of this, you won't have to worry about this if it does the SFP, because it looks corrective, in my opinion. It looks corrective. It looks like it might try to swing back up here one more time, and that if that happens, SFP would likely be the outcome, because I mean, this is noise through here. I'm gonna try this one too. I just like that high better. It's not on Blowfin, so I won't be taking no trades on it personally. Um, just so I can see what's happening. Let me see what's happening right here. And let me be extra. Make these lines line up so it looks a little neater. Right. That would be down here towards this golden pocket if you were to get that. But right now, I mean, I can't say that it doesn't look corrective. Right now, it looks like it might try to run up one more time, even if it's just these highs right here. It takes out and it fails. Um, it looks like I need to. Hold on, sorry. Looks like I need to raise the bar on this. They equal. It's equal. I see that number change, so it's equal. Yeah, that motion right there looks like it's still trying to squeeze prices up higher. It invalidated the idea of, let's see right here, it invalidated the idea of bullish divergence that time. The first time it didn't invalidate it. So we got this swing up, it confirms some bullish divergence there. So maybe a little chop and then a drop right here. I look at it. Yeah, definitely short. Definitely short. Definitely. That would have been the perfect opportunity to short it too. On that second attempt up right there. Yeah, that tweezer top. Hey, right there. I prefer these moving averages because they wedge and you get a true sense of something breaking down. So like, let's see. Yeah, it's definitely a short. You see this nozzle nose down through here? And even if it comes up, like I said, possible short right here off of it, it should not come back in here and take this out. This is how I did my Binance trade. My BNB was looking like this. But I didn't catch the top because I looked at it late. But I looked at it on the 1 hour. You see that? I looked at it on the 1 hour and I said, oh, okay, yeah, definitely, definitely gonna take the short because, and I didn't catch it until, like I said, I caught it in the center and it came back up here yesterday and did something. I caught it right in here off of these wicks over here is where I caught it at, off of these wicks over here yesterday. Um, I love when I see this. Most of the time, it works. I don't have that set up on the chart for like, where like the tool, the short. And that's me on Binance right now because of, you can see that, but it's because of this formation right here. I'm used to seeing this formation right here and knowing, nah, you ain't going anywhere. So if you can take a short on that other thing, you'll be okay. Drop your leverage. Drop your leverage down. That way you don't have to worry about getting stopped out. But that's a clear indication of something that's looking to roll over. Now let me check it on the 1 hour time frame. Um, I gotta type that thing back in. Sent, right? Sent. And I looked at it here. Okay. So it may not do this right here just yet. I don't see anything over here that indicates that that might happen just yet. Nothing over here indicates that. Um, in fact, it might just push back up into here by way of this 1 hour. It might just push back up into here. And you can try for an SFP off of that. Um, hopefully this continues to rise in the process if it does do that. But 15 minutes definitely says, hey, we'll drop on you. Maybe you can get it down through here. 15 minute, 15 minutes just showing something different. Let's play that 15-minute time frame. If you're able to on scent, you make sure that this thing isn't over here. I didn't see it when I looked for it there. Oh, it is on Blowfin. I don't know why it didn't show when I went to search for it. I just added it to my favorites. But when I was in here looking for it, I tried to find it on Blowfin. Let's see, spot Blowfin. Let's see it on spot. There it is. The hell. There it is. It is in here. Okay. Looks different on Blowfin too. Looks different. It looks like it already did the back test in here. So that's the difference in these charts. Uh, That's why I'm trying to get to where I just build it out for the ones that I actually trade. That's what's falling over. So please have set your moved your thing and you're out of it because it's rolling over now. Yeah, dusk is a hard one. Dusk is a hard one. Yeah, I'll add this. I'll add this. It might be the last time it acts like this, but I'm gonna add it. Yeah, this is definitely a short play. You might be about to get it. Scent. I already see the bear. Yeah, you might be about to get it. I'm gonna take my chances on scent. Let's go scent. Keep my leverage small. Yeah, keep my leverage small. Let me keep it at this 3x. Not 10x. Let me see if I 10x. Let me see what I'm looking like on 10x. Nah, that's gonna be market. Oh yeah, I'm shorting. I just opened a short on it. Yeah, it is on Blowfin. So sentiment has it took a short on sentiment. Send it down. Send it down. Anyway, markets are about to open. I didn't even get into gold with you guys. Let me see if I can't just take a look over here at that real quick. Quick. Take a look at that real quick. All right, you have to pardon the mess because I don't think I did anything to update this chart over here. Obviously, we know bulls in control. This is silver right now. I was looking at this. Um, I was looking at this formation in here yesterday. I did take an entry off of this. I just went ahead and did the breakout because I told you I don't know how you mess up on silver, but silver got me yesterday. And to be honest with you, I don't like trading silver. I don't like trading silver. Um, but anyway, I played the breakout. It came back a little bit. Yesterday, the 1 hour was not committing. And that was one of the things I was waiting on for some commitment. So when it did get the break above here on this daily yesterday, I took the entry on it. And then, of course, what happens is it doesn't commit still and it rolled back over. So I can, that was that gap through there. I didn't play that gap. I didn't do any of that because, to tell you the truth, I just didn't. But that was the little small flag you can see on the lower time frame in here. You can't. It doesn't look like a flag at all. That's why I say these candles right here. Sometimes you have to zoom out. That candle right there would have said to me, "Hey, you know what? I'm going down unless you invalidate me." And we struggled to get above that. We struggled to get above this candle right here. We kept struggling at this previous day high to get up here and invalidate this candle. That I know for sure. But sometimes you have to zoom out. It made it now. But anyway, that was a little triangle formation that it had. It already came in and did a back test if I were to put one of these on here. Heck is that sound I'm hearing? I ain't gonna be able to do it right. I'm not gonna be able to draw it out right. That was gonna bother me. But a little flat formation in here. Previous day high, back up above that. Yeah, yada, yada, yada. In terms of where I think this could go to, I usually like to put this on right here. Um, did we come through? Did we come through? Oh, we did come through. Can't see anything. Let me turn this one off. Did we come through? Okay, we definitely, I'm gonna hide this for now. I'm gonna lock it and hide it. Really don't need these colors in the background either. Turn these colors off. But you can see how we're staying above standard one. I mean, two, stand above standard two. And if it pushes up any higher in here, this could be one place to look at right here across this point right here. Like that was from a previous day right here. And then this is today. It's right here. And you would look for it to chop around outside until it falls back in, because otherwise we can keep it going. But you can see that that's where your support is coming in. It's so euphoric right now that this is as much as it's given to us. It's this much. So can look at that. It could also fall back below this previous day high right here. You can also do that. It's relatively close to where this line right here popped out at. You can see we're getting this little girthy candle off of right here. So if I were to frame this right now, um, let me just try it like this first. Because no sense in me doing it. Just on the parallel channel. Drop that. So that's pretty clean with, saying maybe this one right here. Get this off of here. Noise. Okay. So that's the best we can do as far as projecting. You say that it comes up into here. Maybe breaking this line. Doesn't really matter if it breaks it. I have a thing about lines even. It looks neater. I wish I felt this way about everything, but I don't. If you're not good, I think it's about everything. It breaks the channel, and that's what we can look at. But right now, I mean, that looks like I said, it's holding your standard two on your daily time frame. You can just go to your daily time frame with your Bollinger Bands. Like if I was over here with the five in my drawing, just out in my drawings, you'll see that that's it. It's easier to see it from that other way I did it with that indicator, but you're just staying in between it. Like you're not losing this. Like this has been you. You can take any trade anytime it comes back into this all day long so far. That's been you. Don't need these other ones. All you need to look at right now is don't need that upper, sure, that lower. Let me get you out of here too. Take this one away. When it cracks, it cracks. But right now, that's all you need. Is that right there? Boom. Loses it. You know you got a problem. Boom. Run with it. Loses it. You know you got a problem. Right now, that's at 105. Until then, hey, get long. Boom. Get long. Boom. Get long. Boom. Get long. Get long. Get long. Get long. Get long. Brett. Oh, honey, this ain't even working. You can just get off of my chart. But that's it. 2 and 1. That's all you need. 2 and 1. Tell you where you're not gonna get that from. Sometimes, every now and then, I think that this might work, but I don't use like it. Yeah, every now and then, doing turn that off. No, see, it don't work the same. I'm a Bollinger girl all day long. I look at VWAP, the actual VWAP itself, on higher time frames like my weekly and my monthly. But most of the time, nah, we are not on the same level. We are not. It's not on the same level as this. Like I know where I'm at if I'm looking at this. I know. Sure, I know my support is. I know my resistance can potentially be where price might break above and fall back in. And then you can see how sometimes I put on that three, put on three. No, we cooking. You hit three, you hit three, short is the place to be. You hit three, short is the place to be. How often does it come in at three? Not too often. You don't want to hit three and try to do that the first time you see a breakout on your Bollinger. You wanna skip it then. And it'd be somewhere like right here. Like you want to ignore it. If I was just squeezing and I got a breakout and I hit three, ignore it. But any other time you hit three, which is gonna be rare, you hit three, short is the place to be. Okay? But most of the time you're not gonna hit it. Over here, it's going crazy. Going crazy. Yeah, short it like that. And that's all I was looking at. When I was looking at the channel and that purple line that was at the top. That's what I was looking at on it. Let me put this back. Even put this one back. Daily. Let me go back out here on this 1 hour time frame. But yeah, just do that on your daily time frame. Just draw a line out on it. It's nice that these are snappy, snaps into place. Today, let it run up here today. After today, delete it. But today, if it does this three, short is the place to be. Right? Let's see. Looking pretty decent though. You can try it on, the same time frame, but is it really worth it? Probably not. Gold. Oh no, that's useless. What is useless? Hold on. You piece of crap, you river. I'm burned. I did total. Wait, hold on. OMG, you have got to be kidding me. I'm sorry. I'm looking at my trade on River. I'm losing my mind. I call myself like um being petty with River. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna short the bottom. It didn't work. You know why? Because I had it changed to amount of dollars as opposed to amount of River. So it ain't bothering me. I'm like, why is the trade was going against me anyway? But I'm like, why is the P&L loss is it's not reflecting more money than that. And it's because, like I said, I put it on how many dollars. So let's just say I'm trying to short 10 rivers, but instead I put in $10. Ay, ay, ay. That's you know what? I said that the other day. I was like, yep, it was meant to be. Won't he do it? Kept me from doing that. He said, you're going to be out of some money right now if you're trying to short this bottom. And kept me from losing some money right now. Okay. It's cent trying to pop back up there. Cent not worrying about. Right. Gold. Oh, this is silver. I need to change this. All right, now I can switch it up. Gold. Last time on gold, and I have not updated this information in here. So the last time on gold, these were the notes that I had put out on it. So we had, let me turn the volume off for a second. I'm gonna explain to you again why I be doing that too. So I need to change the favorite levels. Let me have my indicator. I can do that. Gold usually just gonna retrace back into the, 38250. It's bullish. It's way too bullish. So anytime you get a pullback on gold, more than likely it's just gonna be this. It's gonna be 382, 50% retracement. Just say 50% retracement. And then it's just gonna keep doing this right here. It's gonna keep doing this. But when I initially posted on it, the days ahead of it coming into um, this was a standard 3 right here. So you can see how it came to the top side of the channel, got that little bit of a small reaction. Like I said, it's usually not going to do any more than that. So is it really worth it? Probably not. It may not be worth it. But since then, that has changed. So let's just delete this. And I actually was looking at it off of a weekly. Got to break above the channel. Started holding like some trend line down through here. I'm gonna hide my channel, but I'm not gonna delete it because um why is that line like limited to that? I gotta change this line. Probably because I just drew it out by hand. I just need to have that. I'm sorry. Have to have it. First two touches give you the line. The next time it comes back, it's supposed to bounce away from it, and it did. And it did. It did it more than once. I'm gonna put this on this now, though. All right. First two touches gives you the line. Next time it comes back, it should bounce away. And it didn't actually touch it again, except for right here, and it did, and then it bounced. And then it'll work until it don't work. Um, Momentum's trending higher. So right now, for me, I can't do this one. I'm gonna cut through that. So it has to be this one right here, and then touch. And then the third time is a bounce away. It came there. So now we're here. Don't need this anymore. That's done. I can move this up here though. Let's just say there. And let's just say here. We're bullish. That could be it. That looks a little like it might want to fall through that. If I drop it down to here, I'm looking somewhere around these highs right here. I'm gonna leave it like this. Then I'm gonna just add um 618 and 786 this time because it look like it could if it does decide to break. Come in here and tap those instead. It's the same thing. Looking at the same thing. I don't have to try to figure out where I'm drawing that from. I change my dailies because I know I haven't touched that in a minute. I haven't at all. Tells you how much I care. That's today. That's previous day right there. And then previous day low is sitting right here. So I'm pretty sure I wasn't on a 15-minute though. That was helping. Let me see. You got wrapped. I'm trying to hold that, but it did get wrapped, so it can come back. Let's see right here. See, it was challenging it right here. It's challenging price action right here. You see that right there and that right there. This indicates that it can always push back into it right here. I mean, it's gold. What is it gonna do? Stop pumping? I don't know. My gosh, I'd really like for it to. Why am I mad at gold? I don't know. I don't know. Um, tell you what I was about to look at. I was doing weekly on gold. I couldn't do. This is daily. I see you. So it's at 3. It popped outside of 3. That's usually, like I said, that's usually a problem. This is daily. Um, this was the day before. This is no, this is today. It started from the day before. This is this is next. If it does that one, at least from a daily perspective, it just keeps me from having to move to the daily time frame to see if it loses that 50 right there. Then yeah, chances are it does fall back through here. It hasn't really been trading below standard one since man since it got the breakout. Yeah, since it got the breakup, the squeeze, whatever squeeze happened in here, since that it's just boom, boom, just staying above it. But that was the first time that it actually. I mean, every other time it felt came up. This is where we had the I don't know what we had, but anyway, you see that above here. You're usually looking for it to come back in. So yeah, that's what it's doing right now. Tell you what, if it comes back out, then maybe maybe just the highs itself might do something for it. But then you got that 557.41 right there. Let's switch this to a week because I know I had it set on a day. See, that's crazy. This is the weekly. I'm looking forward to come back down this thing for sure. Like this is wild. So you can see right here when I initially did the weeklies. Right here that I had that as the level. So definitely want to rock with the. Let me do that. Come on down. Come on. Need you to lose that. This thing has been riding outside this week. 27th. 27th. 2 days outside of it. Yeah. It's guaranteed to come back in. I hate to say guarantee on anything, but it's guaranteed to come back in. I'm gonna look at it on the weekly now. Yeah, that's not sustainable. Not sustainable at all. Markets are open, just sitting here chilling. I know I gotta go. That's not sustainable. Let me turn off the stuff I had on. I'm not gonna remember anything I just turned off. I'm just gonna move it up here. It's all sitting together. Um, let's see. So I was just looking, just trying to see. Popped out right here. Fail. Popped out right here. Don't usually pop out here, but it failed. Popped out right here. Come on, mouse. You don't have to do like that. It failed. Don't pop out too often. Don't give much either. So this is 11% drawdown. It's not like it's gonna be something, fabulous drawdown. About 8% right there. That usually sends it back like into into standard one. You got that gap right there that never got filled. So gold could possibly do that. I don't think they're going to leave like some massive red candle in here right now or anything like that. Otherwise, just stick to that 382 idea. 382 possibly golden pocket this time. Yeah, that's gonna come back in. I don't think it's going any higher than that this week. I can be so wrong. I just don't think it's going any higher. Put that back on daily. I don't think it's going higher. Yeah. Those are the numbers that I'll be watching though. I'm in silver already. I'm ready to close out silver to be honest with you. That's the weekly level was saying drop below there, come through here. Maybe we'll look to that 50 first. That's the previous day high. Then after that, we'll look down here towards the previous day low, something like that. If yeah, I mean, personally, ascending trend line right here. Some people probably looking to play a bounce off this ascending trend line right here, which is the 50% retracement, which is the previous day high. Oh, toast. If it rolls to that, this high right here, and that brings it all the way back in, out, from that back down here towards that. I think it was standard one or something like that. Brings it all the way back in if we can get that out of it, but don't look like it's it's higher. And like I said, if it is, then look right here, about 57.41 for today. 57.41. EMAs, I'm sure look fine. Yeah, EMAs look fantastic on it. So yeah, I start there. If you wanted to play the top of gold trading, anyway, yeah, be that right here. Copper, 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 copper. Now I tried to do this thing with copper. Uh, right here. Usually about a 10 to 12. Today it did. I mean, this time it did more, but copper usually pushes up about, let me put it on a 4 hour. It usually pumps about a 10 to 12 on a swing. So even if I push this up higher, that would have did it. That would have did it. The 12 would have did it. It usually swings just that much um, before getting some sort of a reaction, is what I noticed. But it went higher than this time with that swing. Let's see, how was I doing it? I think that's just straight up in the air right there. How was I choosing my swing points? Was I on that time frame? Was I on this time frame? Because that matters. This could just be a one off. My cursor isn't moving. Okay, this could just be a one off right now. Let me see if I was using a 1 hour. Let me see. I could have been using a 1 hour. So they see like that's a 10. I noticed it was somewhere around 10 to 12 though. And I was pulling the swings on it. See that one? It's about 12 right there before it does one of these moves right here. So when I drew this last week or whenever it was, I set it for a 10, just trying to find some middle ground where, this thing, I would have moved it if I was really into it. It did off of a 12, but it was very minor. So this could just be a one off. And the next time it swings up, I would look for somewhere around a 10 to 12 on a swing for copper if you're looking to short it. If you feel like metals are overpriced and you're looking for a short, that would be it. Um, right now, mm, mm, we knew we had this breakout right here. We was looking for this to hold up as a support level, bounce, 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 and got right here, and then it did that little, spillover. I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's just going to keep going down then, because we knew that right in here, we got that wrap. We were looking for an SFP on it anyway for about 2 weeks before it finally actually made it up here. But we were looking at those moving averages, just kind of wrapping or wedging on it through here. My cursor is stuck. I must need to let go and get out of here. Let me try to run through on. Hold on. Let me see what this is at. If it's gonna start stand in the pocket, and you wouldn't be looking for it to lose this top right here. That comes in about even with this 641. This is on a 1 hour time frame though. Let me look at a daily. Oh yeah, see this all of this stuff right here. This is a nice expansion though. That was a nice expansion. But all of this stuff right here is, yeah, this is completely crazy. Completely crazy. Let me check my silver position. I don't want to be in it. Let me take my little win and go sit down somewhere. Is this it? I swear, this thing looks like it looked like the other yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Um, when the price action went against me, it looked like I was losing more than I was making. But now that it has pumped in my favor, it looks like I'm making less than what they was getting out of me. Go ahead and take my little win off of that. I don't even want to be in it anymore. Uh, Silver. Yeah, I closed out my silver position. Think I got like 100% up off of it, but that's it. That's fine. It can keep pumping for all I care. I just don't like stuff that's like this right here, and then I'm sitting here holding it, looking for it to go higher, and it probably will, but I can catch it on a retracement. This is crazy right here on weekly. Yeah, this is crazy. Send it back down. Send it back down. But yeah, it's just ranging in between here. 1 and 2. If you're on your weekly time frame, it stayed in the pocket that last push down. That was the SFP short right there. Um, but it still stayed within this pocket right here. It doesn't look like it's one that tends to trade in the pocket. I can't say that it does. It looks real messy. But definitely, come on now. Send it down. It don't jump outside of here yet until it's about 6, 7, 8. But most of the time, it just don't do it. Most of the time, it don't do that. It doesn't. It doesn't manage to do this. If it was a little tighter band in here, then sure it'll do it. Then it'll roll over. But it has to have been a tighter band. It usually don't do that. Um, it just don't look. Yeah, all of this stuff. These metals look like they come down a little bit. Don't have to be one of these drastic moves like this. But this is, yeah, this is a lot to soak in. A lot to soak in. But if it came up any higher, I know that's what I'd be looking at. And say I would short the crap out of you today. Today I will take a short. Today I will short you at 676. I will most certainly short you at 676. Please believe it. I don't think that daily is correct. It's not. My cursor stopped this previous day high. And get rid of that. Previous day low. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy. It is not that serious, people. It is not that serious. It really isn't. Ooh, child. That noise. Let's check out our Netflix. Um, Or Netflix. Netflix is starting to come back down. Hmm. I had some sort of a flag formation in here off of it anyway, so I guess that makes sense. Took the long off of the tap here into the trend line channel. Got somewhat of a pump bounce in here, but you can see that there's no commitment in here. Like when there's commitment, this scale, I mean, first of all, this is still going, price action is real far from it. It can run all the way back up to it if it wants to, but it's far from it. But there's no commitment with this scale tapping into here. That's really when momentum starts to shift, somewhat like that. It came back in, no commitment because it's not going outside of it, which lets you know that whatever's happening in here is lackluster. Like whatever's happening in here is lackluster. Cloud was rising, got over above it, boom, send it down, send it down. And so we've been in this channel formation right now. I got to get rid of these triangles. I'm so sorry. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. If I can just, if it'll just act right, then I can. Oh, never mind. That was coming from this. I got to get rid of those though. Anyway, yeah, there's no commitment, no follow through on the long idea. I get stopped out at $80. I took a spot trade on it, and so I just set it up to where I get stopped out at $80. That was my entry right here at 81.27. That was to tap into the channel low. I was hoping that we could at least come back and hit the channel high in here, but like I said, no follow through. Bear still in control, obviously. Daily time frame, bummer. Um, Let me get my short right over here on and change this to amount of river. All right. If it comes back up to about at 45 here on Blowfin, 15-minute. Well, 45. If it comes back in 45, I'm gonna take a short on it. Actually, I'm gonna just go ahead and take a short on it now. Screw it. Won't get any more than that, but it has some sort of a bear flag in here. I usually do it from 24 hour. You can see that bear flag right there. So I kind of figured that was going to happen. It wasn't going to work out. The last time I looked at it, that was what I saw. So yeah, that's that. Let's push up. Meta had earnings. What, yesterday? Something like that. Oh my gosh! Like, great. Bulls are in control on Meta, and you can see that. That's what I'm talking about right here. Like, the cloud comes up, boom. That was right around earnings. Cloud comes up, send it down. This scale is what I titled it, scale, because of the way I did the math on it. But once it hits back into here, then there's a good chance that you can go up. Does it always commit? No, it doesn't. It doesn't always commit. And that's why I like price action to be above it and not below it. It's back above it now, so I guess Meta's done playing around. Keep it going. But we had already got into a Meta long position back here on this drop right here. Move, baby, move. This one right here. We had already got into a long on Meta, so this didn't really matter. That's just a higher low. The long was here. Golden Pocket 786, dark pool orders sitting in here. Also, it was a bunch of stuff that we looked at. Did a whole video on it. Yep, and then that was what we got. So that was Meta. It looks good. It looks good there. Let me take a look at the weekly time frame. Yeah, like weekly wasn't even tripping. Weekly wasn't even tripping at all. No follow through on the weekly already anyway. I like when I see that right there, like price being here, this thing drops out, like you catching that low, you catching around here. Price is in here. This falls out, flips back up on it. I love it all day long. Like it's a yeah. This is just a forever uptrend, forever uptrend. Came above back in 2023. Just yeah, just a forever uptrend right now. But no follow through. It's never fell out. So just I mean it worked. Thank goodness it worked because it could have been worse for Meta. It could have been worse for Meta. Momentum line through here also great reaction zone for price action. I know that if it did fail that, I would be looking at here and I would be looking at here, but it suffice. I would have been looking at this VWAP. Let's push up. Who we got? Uber. I'm long on Uber. I'm spot long on Uber. So we'll see. It could be the one time that, it don't work for Uber. We'll see. So far, it has worked for Uber. I'm not seeing any commitment and got the little bounce down here the last time. We'll see if it wants to do that again. Um, Outside of this indicator, outside of that indicator, then I'm looking at the trend line right there. It's that simple. Like, don't have the indicator, it's okay. Trend line. That's what I'll be looking at. Holding our weekly level in here at the moment. I'll be looking down here at this one. But we talked about, taking the position on Uber a couple of weeks back. And so it did pay out. I'm still in it because it's a spot position for me. I like Uber. I know it's up here at the highs. I like Uber. I'm not gonna buy every dip. No, I'm gonna buy key levels because at one point it's gonna hit one of those key levels and it's not going to keep dropping. It's gonna reverse and then it'll go back up and it'll start to pay me out. I can just start to reverse then. So just hit those key levels for me. I'm happy. Tesla. Oof. Did it get anywhere? Did it get anywhere? Oh yeah, we did say that. We did say this. I was looking forward to at least getting here and fill in the gap. So far, we're getting a little pullback right here. If we can maintain a higher low, looks like we did break below our little trend line right there a little bit. Put this on 24. I'm sorry, because every time I do that, I get it wrong. Put this on 24. I almost feel like I need to catch this wick right here. I hate cutting through wicks. I tell you, I hate cutting through a wick. That's going to bother me. That's going to bother me. Why is it cutting through this wick? Why are there three? Okay, channel. I was trying to get touches on this channel. That's what it was. Okay. Yeah, that's going to bug me a little bit. I mean, we don't have too many places to go. I think at the end of the day, it does come back down around about 315. I keep saying that repeatedly, which is, above this line right here. But I do think it does do that. But these were the resistance points I was looking at for this little trade in here on Tesla. Now the first one was this one right here, and I had posted on this one right here, and it didn't give that much. It did a little something, and that's fine. Look at the QTD. This is rising. So if that continues to rise up while price is coming down like that 315 is going to be on the table. I'm going to be looking to buy some Tesla around 315. There's no commitment to that just yet. But if it continues to rise with price action coming down into it, and that's where it's a problem when price action is in here and the cloud starts pushing up above price action. Otherwise, it's following along saying it's strong. But if price is in it and it's rising, that's always the problem. That's always the problem. Thing that not be a problem. Unless by the grace of something, look at sentiment just paid us some money. Sentiment just paid us some money. It's starting. Wanna be starting something. Where's my sentiment position? Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. It's barely up, but it's up. It's up. Little 3% up right now. Didn't catch the top. But sentiment just paid us a little something. All right, so with this, is still okay for now. I don't know how these levels right here are still gonna hold out here on Tesla, but those are monthly levels. I try not to keep adjusting them until the month is up. So when the month is up, then I readjust it. So, but right now, um, one of the two could end up popping out of here. So below 405, it's a problem. Whichever one happens first. Right now, there's no commitment from this, and if this does commit first, it can always reverse and then price to get that little, see how I got that pop right there, came back in, and that momentum, you got that little pop right there. All you can do is take chances on it. But right now, if it pops out below here, it could send a pretty nasty candle. Let me see if we ever had that situation in here before with Tesla. This was the only time right here. I see this one right here. It gave a little. I don't really like for it to be too many candles in when it fires off a signal. I don't like that at all. But here, yeah, see it fell out. We fell out. And we got what I call a jack and the beanstalk. That's when it starts to drop, goes flat, and price runs up over it like that. It hasn't had too many. Here's another occasion over here. Um, let's see right here how I got that rise up right here and then that fall out. And it keep rising, then it's gonna be a problem. Otherwise, it tends to get a lot of jack and the beanstalks. But it's on its way to developing something like this. From looking at it over there to the right, it's on its way to doing something like this. And 315 is gonna be a buy. I don't know why I keep saying 315 because there was some unusual volume activity around $315 somewhere like that. And that unusual activity is usually some dark pool orders that we can't see because they don't buy on the, they don't buy like we buy. They don't buy like retail money buys. So that's why I keep throwing that 315 out there like that. So it looked like we could be on our way towards something like that. And then, like I said, around about 315, which is, somewhere around in here where we last got this nice little move up. That can be where you be buying some Tesla at. Anyway, moving forward. Microsoft. You gotta have a lot of patience to be waiting on this. I've been waiting on this for a minute. Like, is this Microsoft we've been waiting on? Amazon? It might be Amazon we have been waiting on. But anyway, this played out. This measured move. I can't remember what this measured move was from. Was it double top measured move? Yes, it was double top measured move. I can see it right there. I can see our neckline was right here, and bam. Look like I can bring this down a little bit. Look like I was over that line a little bit. It ain't never gonna be perfect. That's why I usually try to do my little channel thing on it. It's not gonna be perfect, and it's gonna bother me now. Okay, but yeah, a double top formation. We have played out our double top measure move down to where none other than hitting this gap right here, baby. Hitting this gap right here, baby, which is well, I'm looking to get long. Now I'm looking for the entire gap to get filled to get in on this long entry forward. Now, if something changes through here, maybe it'll be earlier. If nothing changes in here, then this might not be the position to take. But I'm gonna see. I'm gonna continue to watch this. I will keep you updated on this right here on this Microsoft situation over here. But yeah, see there we go. Tesla gonna do this. Let me start saying Tesla gonna do this because Tesla might not do this, but that's what it's looking like. Like that cloud gonna keep rising on Tesla is what it's looking like. It's look like some intense selling pressure is coming through, and It's a slow cooker, and is that how you cook crab or something? I don't know. I never ate that before. Lobster. I never ate that before either. Never had those crab and lobster and that stuff. But anyway, I don't even know why I'm talking about it. I'm just rambling right now because I know I need to get my behind off this stream. I've been on here forever, forever, ever, forever, ever. But yeah, double top measure move has been met on Microsoft. And get this gap filled and maybe start to look at the possibility of it reversing from here. I am looking to take an entry right here. There is a momentum line down to here also. Let's see. I set it up as a channel. I don't think there was another time that it touched it, but 1, 2 is really what sets the tone for it. And then the third time is supposed to be a charm, right? It's supposed to bounce off of that thing is what it's supposed to do. But we'll see if we get it. And that's what I'm waiting on. Bears are very much in control. So yeah, I mean that's it. That's what I'm waiting on. See how it goes. See a little slight reaction in here right now, but nothing that makes me say, "Hey, girl, you need to take this." So yeah, fill the gap, and then we can talk. But measure move double top formation has been met. Let's push forward. Actually, let me see it on the weekly time frame and see if we got anything in here on the weekly that's speaking to me. Okay, so it is just outside of the cloud here. Has it done that before? I think it has. Looks like it has. Very ever so slightly right here. It did pop outside of the cloud right here. God dang, this has been rising up for a minute. But this is it's fine when it's rising up and price action is above it. It's not so fine when price action is in it and it rises above, but it's flat right here right now. So may not be any follow through. Oof. Oh, maybe we don't take this entry. And I say we, like you just gotta be doing what I'm doing. You don't have to do what I'm doing. Um, I don't like the weekly for it. I don't like the weekly for it. But I can see where the commitment is and where it isn't. It's not about really just trying to. Yeah, it's not necessarily about that. I just wait for it to push back in. I'll update when it does do something like that. So just know, just looking for this gap to be filled. And then, where the gap came from? The monthly? Yeah, the gap came from the monthly time frame. So it never has any follow through on the monthly. That's good. Never has any follow through on the monthly. So I mean, yeah, I'm gonna stick to it. Hopefully that's correct. Why does it look like it's two lines in here? Is it two lines in here? One just didn't show up on the other time frame. Lord have mercy. It's two lines in here. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So you can see the gap is coming from the monthly time frame. That sets us back on our channel line right here. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take my chances. I'm gonna buy it. Maybe if it goes further, I'll be looking at 362. Yeah, maybe if it goes further, 362, 363, somewhere right here on top of the top side of this cloud right here. I don't think it's done any more than that before. Um, yeah, it's been a long time. Like this 2016, 20 whatever, 2013. It hasn't. It hasn't. It hasn't. It hasn't come below here. It hasn't. Yeah, it popped. It touched it right here one time back in 2022. Aside from that, nothing. So I'm taking my chances on Microsoft until it tells me, you know what, I'm not working anymore. Because that happens. It doesn't work anymore sometimes. But I'm taking my chances. Get in here, fill this gap. I'm looking to take the loan off the channel, off of the gap fill. Boom, boom, boom. Yep. And like I said, worse if it breaks through here, I'm not gonna panic. I'm just gonna look for it to tap into about 362, 363 right here, and I'll take it from there. Um, yeah, because I got to put a stop on it. I take it from there, unless I'm just buying one share. Because if I'm buying more than that, and I got a problem. But in terms of in terms of an option trade, all day, baby, all day, all day. And then it can tell me I'm wrong. Who got in here? Alphabet, Google. I'm not gonna get that position. This thing don't look like I'm ever gonna get that position. Not on this monthly time frame. You know what I've been waiting on, and I don't even think I got it over here. No, I don't have it over here. I don't have it over here. I'm not gonna get that time. I'm not gonna get that loan that I was looking for. No, it's really got to come in here for me to get that loan. No, it's not Google anyway. It's not Google. It's not Google. I'm sorry. It's Amazon. I'm thinking wrong. It's Amazon. And Google looks bullish as crap. This ain't nowhere near anything. This is strength. Strength, 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 strength. I think with this one right here, we looked at like Bollinger's on this instead. And I think I know that data over here is old. I know that data is old, so please don't mind that. I think we were looking at Bollinger's over here. Yeah, we're looking at the Bollinger's over here on Google because we know that Google stays in the pocket, baby. Has been staying in the pocket. Come to the pocket, it bounces. Come to the pocket, it bounces. Come to the pocket, it bounces. You know, it stays. It's been staying in the pocket. At some point, it's going to break the pocket. We know that. Some point, it's going to break the pocket. Most of the time, a lot of times, when it breaks the pocket, it at least comes back to here. It at least comes back to here. That's why I'll turn this the 20 off. I'll turn the 20 off. Most of the time, I just turn that off because it comes back into here. 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 After it's been riding in the pocket, you know, it comes back in here. It comes back in here. It doesn't. You see, it doesn't give two craps about a 20 SMA. It doesn't give two craps about a 20 SMA. So most of the time, I don't even have that on. Like if it's failing, if it's falling out of here, falling out of there, then I'm just looking for it to come back into here. So if the ish hit the fan on Google, this widespread in here, forget about a 20 SMA. If that has ever been your thing, I'm gonna be looking right here. And it has the room for that volatility to do this right here. That is what it is. Maybe on a lower time frame, it might work for it, but outside of that, no. I usually just don't turn it on. A lot of times for that reason. But yeah. So either it's gonna bounce off of that 323. It's around 323 right now, something like that. It's either gonna bounce there or it's gonna be doing something different, and you're not gonna notice it because you're so bullish on Google, and you think it's holding some support, and it's not, and it's gonna play around for how long it takes. How long did it take over here? 63 days. And it's gonna be back down here. Oh, okay. So I don't really need to update this. No, I don't really need to update this. Not yet. Not yet. I got some midpoints some midpoints through here as well. For whatever reason, I got them in here. But that's Google. Amazon. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. Why do I have shorts set up? Okay, I know why. I know why. I know why. I said, you see what I'm talking about? Where's a 20 make a difference at? 20 don't make no dang on difference. Forget about 20. When it comes to the stock market, absolutely forget about 20. Now in crypto, 20 might help you. 20 might help you in crypto for a moment. But I've never seen 20 do something in the stock market. I've never seen it do something. Not so far. Not the stuff I looked at. It comes back down. It comes back down into here, and then this one right here don't even care about it at all. That's why I did this. No, I did this right here because I said either it's going to I need to wait for it to break down because I was scared that it might still push up and come back to this top up here. That's what it was. So I didn't make any attempts off of it right here to short Amazon. I should have. Just looking at it, it looks like, hey, you should have attempted a short on it. Why? Because it's going sideways. But I just kind of figured, maybe if it comes up into here, then I can catch it off of the top side of the channel. Otherwise, I would entertain it right in here. It is, like I said, it's sideways, so it could still bounce from here. So it's very risky to consider it from here. I guess I should like set it up here. I mean, that makes more sense, right? And trying to be a breakout trader don't always work out good. Trying to be a breakout trader. So, yeah, I mean, I guess if it pushes back up here, then I can try it from there. I mean, I'll see it if that happens, but if it pushes back into here, oh my gosh, screen, please stop it because I need to go and oh boy, my cursor was stuck on me. Okay, there, I just need to separate those two. So I guess if it comes back up, even off of this weekly candle right here, if it can muscle it, I'll take the short from there. I'm looking for that to break down. For whatever reason, I'm looking for it to break down. I don't know why. I just have, I don't know. Why am I looking for it to break down? I don't know. I don't know why. I honestly can't tell you why I'm looking for it to break down. I just know I'm looking for it to break down. I have no reason to look for it to break down. No reason whatsoever. Nothing saying I'm gonna break down. But I do think that it could come back up here to the top side of this channel in here. We'll see. Just patience with this. It has been just kind of, bing bonging around in here. 1, 2. It's just been kind of ranging around through that. Let me see on the monthly. Yeah, it's losing a lot of steam in here on the monthly time frame. It's losing a lot of steam. It's done that before. It hasn't been inside this pattern right here long enough, in terms of how long it was inside of this one. It doesn't even look like a pattern from this time frame. But if I push out, say 24, you can see it better. You can see it better right here. I mean, if I took it now, I'm a little kind of late. 238. Is that 240? Yeah, like a whole $10 off from that high. That's a little bit too much for me. I was looking at something else apparently. What was it? I don't think I was looking at it from this time frame. What was I looking at it from? Was I looking at it from a weekly? Yeah. Just looking at potential for it's squeezing. You can see how it's holding this regression line to here. And then it's not coming above this one right here. I think this is what's giving me the indication that it's going to break down. This might have been what I was looking at. It doesn't guarantee that it follows through. That's the only problem. But I'm feeling bearish on Amazon. I just said all that to say that I feel bearish on Amazon. I mean, don't mean it's gonna go far. That's why this one is just at this channel. If you can call it that. That's why it's just down here. Uh, just looking for that. Sorry, I don't like cutting through lines, but it just depends on where I drew it from. It wasn't doing that. I don't have time to move it, but it would be something like that. Anyway, we got here Palantir. Palantir worked for when it worked. Um, Palantir has literally been bouncing. Like this is a prime example right here. I'm glad we're here. I'm glad we're here. Because Palantir, I took a long on Palantir that day right here. Palantir had been respecting this. Now at some point it doesn't do it anymore. So you can see the orange line right here. Like Palantir is a prime example of price action potentially going back towards standard 1-2 to the downside is a prime example. So this channel was just a representation of where it had been bouncing in between. I think on a monthly time frame. I think that was the case. And then this was it monthly or was it weekly? Yep, monthly. Monthly. I said it hasn't lost this one. I tweeted on. I said it hasn't lost this. I took a long that day. I closed out my long already. Fine. I took my little profits off on it of it. I looked because I wanted to enter again. I started playing the little smaller time frames. I managed to get one more long out of it, and then I haven't looked back at Palantir since. I haven't even tried to trade any of that. But I understood that if it broke this, okay, it's doing something different now because it had not been disrespected. I threw this line in here just in case. Some of the other um, charts were doing something like this where they were holding on to this little line through here. But anyway, I said all that to do this right here. So I have my drawings. Maybe it wants to come back up and bounce off of that. But it was monthly. Let me show you in case you didn't see that tweet that I did. See, this is already below this, but this was from a monthly time frame. Palantir Palantir since 2023 has stayed in the pocket. Stayed in this pocket. Stayed in it. Now it's breaking it. Now, can you use a 20 on in this case? Maybe it'll work. I don't think Palantir is going to go down to $50, but I could be absolutely wrong. Over time, this will start to rise over time. So that will start to change. It will start to rise, but this is the first slip. This is the first slip up. Like I don't count this little wick right here, or this little wick right here, or this little wick right here. Like we have literally traded in here. And that's when I posted on it. That's when I took that long attempt and I made profits off of it and I closed it out because I don't like the BTCC trading, sleep, keep it overnight because it doesn't respect your stop losses and stuff like that. I made my little money and got out of it. And that's the first time right there. That's a long fall over. That's a long drop off of that right there. And we called this the last time too, off of this fail. All the lights out. We can look at EMAs, something like that. See what else has been respecting from an EMA perspective. We're just on 10. So can a 20 work in this case? Sure. A 20 can work in this case. Say like maybe 105, something like that. $100 Palantir or something like that. If it does anything, if I mean, if it, I mean that I can't ignore the change of behavior. It's a change of behavior. So yeah, back here off this level right here. Did I look at anything on this? Like, did I turn my drawings off? Yeah. I mean, I can consider that. I think I did. I considered that. It could probably come back into here and hold in here. I considered that. But the behavior is different. That's no lie. Even if it goes sideways for a while, the behavior is different. Yeah, it's different. Please stop it. 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 Anyway, it's frozen. Let me try that one more time. I don't get data off of this time frame. I don't get data off the monthly. Just in here. The only data it did give me was this sell signal right here, and then a continuation signal right here. That's it. That's the only data it gave me. Weekly, says sell off that candle too. And then the second pop up says sell. We got the bear deer right there. I'm not sure. So maybe it just tips down right here and then it reverses. We'll see. But that behavior is different now. If anything, it comes back here. Like we said, about 100, 105, something like that. You can look at 132 possible support level in here for Palantir. Did Palantir report on anything? Just out of curiosity, did they report on anything? Hmm. Yeah, that's what I would look for on Palantir. Let's see, that lines up with this high, somewhere around about this high right here. Yeah, and then we see about 105, something like that. Yeah, I mean that's what I watch for. 100, 132, something like that. Definitely different. Apple. Hmm. So it looks like Apple pushed through whatever little gap was in here, and now it's holding in some sort of resistance a little bit, prior gap resistance also right there. Previously, like this little gap down over this area right here for sure. That was our prior resistance right here. Can we make it? Can we make it? How long has Apple been around? Long enough to give me data on a monthly. Mhm. It's not far from leaving bullish control zone. In fact, it is heading there. Probably had already slipped it at one point when he got that initial rollover right there. Let's see how you work with this. Golden pocket. What I got in here? I'm trying to understand what is that for? Weekly. Okay, yeah, weekly. Yeah, on a weekly has to hold here. Okay, I see what I looked at. Where's the golden pocket? It didn't. It didn't. Yeah, it didn't disrespect that then. So let's see if I move it to here. Here, I just want to see how it does. It's really bullish right here. So just 382.50. I don't know. I have to go back later and just kind of look at it with fibs. I don't know how I feel about fibs. Okay, so VWAP, that was something that I was looking at on it. Like I said, I like to use VWAP on like weekly and up. But it's in VWAP. It's at apparently this was supposed to be the weekly level right here prior to getting an expansion. So if we losing this trend line right through here, then Apple's gonna roll over. Harsh, harsh. Could be looking back here towards this momentum line right here for Apple. And how long does it take for it to get here? That's gonna be the thing. Is it one, big swoop down? If it loses that, I just need to double check and make sure also. Um, that could be the case for it. But yeah, I specifically remember doing this right here because I think it was tightening on the bands on the weekly time frame. And it had this little parallel channel through here. If I could switch off before I Jito. I've been streaming since 6 a.m. this. Who does this? And my computer keeps wanting to freeze on me. I can't get anything to move half the freaking time. You had this little rising channel in here off of the weekly, and then you got the little VWAP bounce in here. Yeah. I posted on this. I know exactly what I said. I said, "Hey, Apple fell below VWAP. This was supposed to be the first. This was the first area that I was looking at on it. I said second area that I'd be looking at is going to be right in here. I think that was Apple that I posted on. Was that Apple that I posted on? Was that you, Apple? And I said if it reclaims, they want me to sign back in to X. I'm not signing back in right now. Forget that. So I'm not gonna be able to go back and retrieve that. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, I did notate on that. And I think I've already shared it one time here on stream also. But it did manage to reclaim back above right here. So it ended up just looking like a wick here. I think on the 4 hour time frame or something like that when I was looking at it, it wasn't that way. Yeah, on a 4 hour, it wasn't that way. So on 4 hour, I was like, hey, you got another VWAP down here at the 786 if it fails to reclaim back above here. And you can see golden pocket reclaim and the trend line reclaim is what took place in here. It ain't getting past this cloud right now. It gets above here, then great. If not, then we just see that continuation of what we're already seeing over there. A little inverse head and shoulders would be nice. As far as this goes, that looks pretty decent in here on the 4 hour time frame. MACD is losing steam there. Take a look, see here on the daily time frame. Yeah, that was just that was a resistance level right there for sure. For sure, that seemed to have been a resistance level in Apple. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. not good. Could just continue in this saga. Now you got a positive cross here, and it looks like it wants to do a pop out of here. I don't dismiss this just because it has this gap in here. I don't like that. I don't like um, the trading or something like that. It can get messy if it really doesn't have the money in it. But I mean, MACD at this point, everything is just corrective um, right now. So if it breaks down, it's possible that I mean, it's possible that this could hold, but I think again it was like an expansion, like we were tight on the weekly time frame. I think. Yeah, let me turn that on. I think that this was tightening on the weekly. Was it tight? Yeah, yeah, we were contracting here on the weekly time frame. And that contraction simply means, you know, how Bollinger Bands work. Um, the range is tight until it breaks, until it makes a decision to expand, and then you get this situation like this right here. So we really need this. We really need to hold in here. Otherwise, it could be an expansion in price. I just be looking down here towards this trend line. That's it. Looking towards the trend line. Maybe market makers, maybe they want to take liquidity over the trend line, you know, scare a couple of people out. Even the band itself has kind of turned around from this point. So I have some Apple, so I'm hoping it does good. Hoping, but we can't move off of hope. We can invest on hope. It's a great company. Can't trade on hope. It's arm holdings. Not I'm not in arms. So I'm gonna move forward, but apparently I found a zone for it. It's just Qualcomm. Oof. Expansion. Good lord. Did they report on something? See, another prime example. It be in the pocket. Now, right here, I would have been like, hey, we about to come down here. That's what I would have been like. Hey, we about to come down here. I mean, you got to reclaim. But usually, forget about a 20 coming down here, baby. Not trading that. We got here. Intel. Intel for the SFP. We talked about that. Not attempt to clap. Hey, Intel, their new, I think it's their Panther Lake. I'm kind of bullish on Intel now. I wasn't feeling Intel before. I was bearish on Intel, but I'm kind of bullish on Intel now, just because of their new chip. AMD, I'm bearish on because I hear AMD. AMD absolutely disappointed. But Intel, I think they took like their Arrow Lake, which is about performance, and their Lunar Lake, which is about their battery life, because that's a struggle point for Intel, their battery consumption. And they combined the two, their new chip, which is supposed to be their Panther Lake, if I'm not mistaken. If somebody knows this tech stuff, you can correct me because it's what I talk about on my job. And honey, they about to let me loose on that job. But I think that that's what the situation is, and it sounds really good. I know that it's a big improvement for them because again, that they throttle because they don't compromise batteries. They don't compromise the batteries in their PCs, which is why you either you're gonna get a performance drop because they're not gonna compromise the battery. You can always change your settings for your battery, but then you have to worry about your PC over your laptop overheating and stuff like that with Intel. but they're improving. They're improving. They're improving. But x86, I think everything is going to move to ARM architecture. But I mean, Intel will probably be forever x86, just because, I mean, or whatever they go to. But yeah, because they got their legacy software that's too expensive for these companies to, to move away from. That that keeps Intel around. That's why it's so important for them to fix some of their issues that they have. Because outside of that legacy software, I mean, what's the purpose and really need? It's old Intel. Was it 1986 software? It's 32-bit software. 32-bit. It's like four gigabytes, four gigs of RAM or something like that. It's all it costs anyway. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. A little bit I didn't. Anybody who understands tech, they know I know a little bit. It might not be 100. I know a little bit. So I'm kind of feeling bullish on them for that reason, and bearish on AMD. So I don't know what AMD did so far. Um, SFP, there it is. Where to now? I mean, it held right here. Let's see what happens. Um, it was overextended right in here. This was a standard deviation 3 right here, which is why, it's easy to look for an S&P off of that. Was a standard deviation 3. It's a little bit too much, I said. Short and 3. Yeah, because it usually doesn't, a lot of times you're just not going to get that sort of euphoric activity. And it's going to give. I mean, I want to say this. The last time I said, hey, price action come back down here to this level, we didn't get it. And I think it was looking at it from 24. It was down here, it was a little bit lower. It was like right in here at that time, somewhere around 33 or something like that. And it didn't make it all the way down here before it got that pump. But we saw some sort of a failed attempt from a falling wedge in here already. And then that little extra wick, but yeah, we was looking down here for I think it was about 33. I know it was a little bit below where this one is right now, and yeah, so it front ran that, and then it got that nice little push up right there. So right now, I guess, I mean, I would be back to looking at that, to saying, hey, maybe it comes, which is why I said this like that too. That it could potentially do this 35. We'll see. If it doesn't, it front runs it a little bit. Maybe look back here at this. Some strength came in right here around 36, something like that. Just right around this high right here. I would check. I would check there. The fair value. Yeah, so probably full fill, since it's supposed to go. Might be a full fill right here for the inefficiency. So yeah, that's something to look for. Get that continuation down. So just go ahead and draw a little dollar sign on that for Intel. And I'm just gonna go ahead and cut the cord right here, because I know I've been here for a minute and everybody got places to be and people to see. So I'm gonna cut the cord right here on Intel. And I'm down to Crypto TA. I appreciate you for hanging out with me. Hopefully, something to come through tomorrow, some better trade setups. The sentiment is trying to get a little bit of a push back up. I'm going to get back over here on this real quick, and then I'm going to go, because I knew that this was the last thing that I was looking at over here. The sentiment is trying to get a little push back up. If it does come up here and take out this high in here, I think I'm going to kill the trade just yet. I'm gonna hold it, because I don't think it's gonna get too much further, especially seeing that it had some bear divs in here. It can. 1 hour didn't look trash. 1 hour did not look trashed, but I'm not gonna just let it go just because it comes back up here. I kept my leverage low. I kept my position size small. It's not something that I have to stress over if price is coming back against me. I don't have to stress over this. I can just, I can take an L on this. If so be it, I can take an L on it, but I'm not gonna cut it up here. That's why I didn't put a tool on it, to show you where my stop is at, because I don't have a stop for it. Not right in here. I'm okay with it. Like small, just small, small. Nothing, nothing big. I don't want to lose money just because my position is small. I get that. if it looks different, if it looks like it's gonna do something else, I mean, it just have to put a God candle out here. I can't mess with God. I can't defeat God, so you have to give me a God candle. Otherwise, I'm staying bearish on it, and Imma hold that position and look for it to come down, um, maybe back here into these highs or something like that. We'll see. Still got time here on this 1-hour time frame, 15, um, Bitcoin. Let me see. Need to look at any chop over here off of Bitcoin. Bitcoin's not even loading. Like, this is oh, sheesh. Sheesh. Ooh, running my mouth. Ooh, sheesh. We did. Ooh, hold on. Whoa, wait, hold on. Can I flip? Ooh. We didn't get no inverse. Ooh. Yeah, we didn't get no hold. We hit our that's the next level that we talked about though. If it did fall, it didn't work. We said take this sell side liquidity right here. It's pretty equal. It didn't get all the way into the liquidity though. That would be taking out this low. We said first our entry would be here. Hold on. Just trying to see if I set us up for greatness. Okay. We didn't put the tool in here apparently. We said our entry would be here. Our confirmation continuation would be if we come back and reclaim above this. But yeah, we still got a little bit for them to take this liquidity. We can drop them inverse head and shoulders. I was like, no, no, ma'am. No, not today. God dang. Hold on. Let me check on Bitcoin. All right, I ain't hurting. I'm still up 247% on my short. Oh, baby. That means that Ethereum and Solana got wrecked. Okay. So right now, let's just keep it to I guess we can do away with this. I'll do away with this after the stream, but yeah, like the sell side liquidity right here. It didn't even take did it take this one? Yeah, it barely swept that. It barely swept that. That don't look right. It barely swept that. Oh man. Sheesh. I didn't even know Bitcoin was over here falling like that. Forgive me. Forgive me. Bitcoin over here tanking. Taking a spanking. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would look for. I would look for the liquidity down here. That would be that to me would be another setup like we had when it took the liquidity right here. Didn't go far, but you know, that's something to look at. Are we expanding? That is the question. See if I can get this PC to act right, then I gotta go. 786. Yeah, that little drop out right there. Think that we are expanding. I think we said we're ranging in between. I don't know if I can tell it from here. Um, yeah, we're expanding. We're expanding. And we managed to break outside of that standard one a little bit. Um, like I said, on crypto, I will use a 20. On stock market, I don't bother with a 20 because it doesn't work like that with them. Um, but yeah, we are expanding on this daily time frame, but slow. So, I mean, right now, that's all we can hope for is that, we managed to hold this sell side liquidity down here, which it comes all the way down to this 786 pocket right here. That's 83,787 right there. So that's what we got. We got to load that. If we're not, then we're just going to continue this move down, um, just like that, just like that. So peace be with you. I'll see you tomorrow, 6 a.m. in the morning. Love you. I'm out.